Welcome to Harry's Verse. Today's adventure: what if Harry Potter was raised by Batman after Dumbledore abandoned him? If you haven't already, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so you never miss a story. Now, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Boy Gotham Found. Snow came down over Crime Alley the way ash falls after a fire, slow and without apology, settling on the dead and the living alike. It powdered the lids of the dumpsters and softened the edges of the broken street lamp that no one in the city had bothered to fix in 9 years. It hid the bloodstain by the theater door that everyone in Gotham pretended not to know about. Down here, even the snow worked for the dark. A man stood on the lip of the roof above the alley, and the dark worked for him. Batman had been still for 40 minutes. Stillness was a skill, like marksmanship or surgery, and he had spent years grinding it into himself until it cost nothing. Below him, in the loading bay behind the shuttered Monarch Theater, 4 men in long coats were doing business with a fifth. The fifth man had a clipboard. Men with clipboards were always the dangerous ones, the others could be replaced. He watched the deal the way he watched everything, which was to say he watched it for the thing that didn't fit. The crates were standard Falcon freight, stenciled fragile and routed through the docks, and that was ordinary. The buyers were armed, and that was ordinary. The way the clipboard man kept 3 feet of distance from the open crate, the way he wore surgical gloves under his leather ones, the way he flinched when the lamplight caught what was inside, that was not ordinary. Batman leaned a fraction over the ledge. Inside the crate, packed in straw, were glass jars. And the jars were glowing. Not reflecting. Glowing. A low green light pulsed in them like something breathing, like a heartbeat slowed almost to stopping, and the snow that drifted near the open lid did not melt but turned aside, curving away in the air as though the cold itself had been told to keep its distance. He had been Batman for 4 years. He had catalogued 19 varieties of designer narcotic, 3 nerve agents, a man who could not feel pain and a woman who poisoned with a kiss. He had a category for almost everything. He did not have a category for this. He filmed it. The lens and the cowl were banking the image for the cave's analysis later, and he was already mapping the descent, drainpipe, fire escape, the blind angle behind the second dumpster, when the air at the mouth of the alley tore open. There was no other word for it. The night split. A seam of white light unzipped itself in the empty space above the cobblestones, 6 feet off the ground, and through the seam came a sound like a struck bell heard underwater, low and enormous and wrong. The 4 buyers spun toward it, weapons up. The clipboard man dropped his clipboard. And then the seam closed, and something fell out of it, and hit the snow. For 1 second nobody moved. The light was gone as if it had never been. What it had left behind was small and dark against the white, and it was crying, a thin, furious, entirely human wail that rose from a wicker basket lying on its side in the slush. The clipboard man recovered first. "Grab it," he said. "Whatever that was, the boss pays for." He did not finish, because Batman was already in the air. He came down between the men and the basket like a verdict, cape spread, and the alley dissolved into the familiar arithmetic of violence. The first buyer raised a pistol and Batman broke the wrist that held it, the second swung a crowbar and met an elbow that folded him over a dumpster lid. He moved through them the way water moves through a cracked dam, finding the weak seams, and he counted as he went, 4, 3, 2, because counting kept the rage cold and useful. The clipboard man ran. Batman let him. The crates mattered, the glowing jars mattered, the entire architecture of this case mattered, and he let all of it run into the snow without a backward look, because the basket was still crying and that was the only number left on the board. He crouched over it. The last conscious buyer groaned somewhere behind him and went quiet under a boot he didn't bother to look at. The basket held a child. A boy, by the cut of the blanket, perhaps 15 months old, no more, with a shock of black hair already wild against his scalp and a face gone red and slick with the effort of screaming. Snow had begun to gather on the wool that swaddled him. Batman scooped basket and all into the crook of his arm, turned his back to the wind, and the boy's cry hitched, stuttered, and stopped, as though the simple fact of being lifted had answered a question. Two eyes opened. In the dark of the alley they were impossibly green, the green of bottle glass with a lamp behind it, and they fixed on the slate of the cowl with an attention that did not belong to a child that age. Babies did not study faces. They reacted to them. This one was reading him. "You're a long way from anywhere," Batman said. His voice came out lower than he meant it to. The boy's small hand came free of the blanket and reached up, and caught the pointed ear of the cowl, and held on. There was a card tucked into the side of the basket, sealed in an envelope of heavy cream-colored paper that the snow beaded on without soaking. The wax that sealed it bore a crest he didn't recognize, a letter H wreathed in something that might have been a serpent or a flame. The ink on the front had not run. It read, in a looping, old-fashioned hand, Mr. and Mrs. Desley, 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Batman read it twice. Surrey was an English county. He was standing in the worst alley in an American city on the eastern seaboard, 4,000 miles and an ocean from Surrey, holding a child who had fallen out of a hole in the night next to a crate of jars that bent the snow. He looked at the address, and at the seam of air where the light had been, and at the impossible green eyes, and he did the only thing his discipline permitted. He stopped assuming he understood, and he started gathering evidence. He keyed the calm at his jaw. "Alfred." A pause, then the dry, perfectly enunciated voice that had been the one fixed point of his life since he was 8. "Sir. You sound as though something has surprised you." "I confess I am not certain I've heard that tone before." "Open the medical bay." "And the nursery." I beg your pardon, sir. The nursery has not been opened since you were small enough to require it. It's about to be required again." He pulled the cape around the basket, sealing the boy in warmth and shadow, and stepped to the edge of the alley where the Batmobile idled in the dark like a held breath. "I'm bringing home a child." Another pause, longer. When Alfred spoke again the dryness had gone gentle at the edges. "Very good, sir. I shall warm some milk and lower my expectations of an ordinary evening." The cave received them the way it received everything, without judgment, in the cold breath of the underground river and the distant restless rush of bats in the high dark. Batman set the basket on the steel examination table, and under the white surgical lights the boy looked smaller still, blinking up at the false suns with no fear at all. Bruce peeled back the cowl. The face beneath it was younger than the legend the cowl had become, 26 and already carved by too many nights, but the eyes were the same eyes that had watched the lab work in this cave learn its trade. He laid them on the child and began. He documented everything. He photographed the basket from 6 angles, the blanket, the stitching, the wax seal. He swabbed the boy's skin for residue and ran it. He measured, weighed, checked reflexes and pupil response, found a healthy 15-month-old in every metric a chart could hold, and then found the one thing no chart had a column for. On the boy's forehead, just below the hairline, was a scar. It was thin and clean and shaped like a bolt of lightning, and it had not been made by anything Bruce had ever seen do harm. The tissue had not healed the way a cut heals, there was no keloid, no irregularity, only a precise furrow in the skin as though the lightning bolt had always belonged there, as though the boy had been minted with it. When Bruce touched it, very lightly, the boy did not so much as twitch. But the hair on Bruce's own forearm stood up, and the air around the table tasted suddenly of a coming storm. "Alfred," he said, "what does that read to you?" Alfred stood at the foot of the table with a bottle of warmed milk in one hand and an expression he had spent decades learning to keep neutral. "It reads, sir, like a scar a great many storytellers would kill to invent and none would dare. May I?" He took the boy up before Bruce could answer, lifted him out of the basket with the unthinking competence of a man who had once raised another orphan child in this house, and the boy, who had tolerated every prod and measurement in silence, settled against the old man's chest and sighed. Alfred offered the bottle. The boy drank. "There was a phenomenon in the alley," Bruce said. He pulled up the cowl footage on the great bank of monitors, and the cave filled with the silent replay of the night tearing open and closing. He froze the frame at the seam of white light and stood before it with his arms folded. He came through that. Alfred watched the frozen light over the rim of his spectacles. Came through it, sir. From where? The address on the letter is in Surrey, England. And we are not. We are not. Bruce advanced the footage one frame. The light. The basket. The bending snow on the crate of jars. And the freight in that alley was glowing. Heat signature reads ambient, it isn't burning, it isn't radioactive in any band I can scan. The snow within a meter of it deflected. I have no model for any of it. He turned from the screens. I have a boy who fell through a hole in the world, a scar I can't explain, and contraband that breaks physics, all in the same 100 square feet of crime alley on the same night. I don't believe in coincidence. You know that. I have had it impressed upon me, sir, with some regularity. So there one case. He looked at the child in Alfred's arms, who had finished half the bottle and was now studying the cave's high dark with open, fearless interest, tracking the swoop of a bat across the lights. And he's the center of it. Alfred was quiet a moment. Master Bruce. I will follow you into whatever this becomes, as I always have. But I would be failing in my duty if I did not say the obvious thing, which is that the child in my arms is not a case. He is a child. The two facts can be true at once, but if you are made to choose which to believe first, I would counsel you to choose the one that needs feeding. Bruce looked at him for a long moment. Something in his face, the part that the cowl was built to hide, moved. Both, he said. I can do both. Yes, sir, said Alfred, with the particular warmth he reserved for the rare occasions Bruce surprised him into hope. I rather think you can. They could not, of course, simply keep him. Bruce knew this with the cold clarity that governed every operational decision he made, and he spent the first gray hours after dawn proving it to himself so that he could stop being ruled by it. He ran the boy's image through every channel he had. He had channels most governments envied. There were no missing child reports that matched, not in Gotham, not nationally, not in England. There was no Desley family in Surrey that had reported anything missing. In fact there was a Desley family at the exact Privet Drive address on the envelope, Vernon and Petunia, one infant son named Dudley, and they had reported nothing at all, because, as far as Bruce could determine through a cautious back-channel inquiry, they had no idea any other child was supposed to exist. They had never been told. The basket had been meant for their doorstep, and they did not know to expect it. That fact lodged in Bruce like a splinter and stayed there. He examined the letter without opening it, because chain of evidence mattered even to him, and because some instinct he didn't examine too closely told him that whatever was sealed in that cream-colored envelope, the boy deserved to be the one to break the wax someday. He scanned it instead. The paper was not paper in any composition his instruments recognized, closer to a vellum, with fibers that fluoresced faintly under UV in patterns that almost resolved into words and then refused. The ink contained metals that had no business in ink. The wax seal, scanned, showed a structure underneath the visible crest, a second layer of marking too fine for the naked eye, organized, deliberate, a signature beneath the signature. Someone had made this. Someone with resources and intent and a craft Bruce had no name for had packed a 15-month-old child into a basket with a sealed letter and arranged for him to be left, unannounced, on the doorstep of relatives who didn't know he was coming, in a country an ocean away from where he had ended up. And then something had gone wrong, a tear, a misfire, the seam of white light, and the carefully arranged abandonment had missed its mark by 4,000 miles and delivered the boy instead into the one alley in the world where a man was waiting who could not walk past a child in the snow. Bruce sat in the dark of the cave with that conclusion and turned it over until its edges were smooth. He thought about a different alley. He thought, as he had trained himself not to and failed every day, of pearls bouncing on wet pavement and a sound like a wet cough and the particular silence that comes down over a boy when the two people who made the world for him stop being in it. He thought about how the world had decided, that night, that he was a case. A ward of arrangements. A name on documents passed between adults who meant well and adults who meant nothing, while the only thing that had mattered, that someone simply hold on, went unaddressed for years. Upstairs, in a nursery that had been closed since the Waynes died, Alfred was singing something old and tuneless to a boy with green eyes, and the boy was laughing. Bruce made the decision the way he made all the decisions that defined him, completely, and without telling himself it was a decision, so that no part of him could ever vote to reverse it. He would find out where the boy came from. He would unbuild the entire mystery, brick by brick, the letter, the makers, the glowing freight, the tear in the world, because that was who he was and because the boy had a right to his own history. But he would do it with the child under his own roof, fed, warm, and held. The investigation could take a decade. Let it. The boy would not spend that decade as a ward of arrangements. He went upstairs. The nursery smelled of dust and lemon polish where Alfred had already begun, with characteristic refusal to be daunted, to make a 30-year closed room livable inside a single morning. Light came gray and clean through windows whose drapes had just been thrown open. The boy sat on the floor in a nest of blankets, and the moment Bruce came through the door the green eyes found him and the boy's whole face opened like a window. He hauled himself upright against the side of an armchair, wobbled, took 3 lurching steps across the open floor with his arms out, and arrived against Bruce's leg with the total, uncalculating trust of the very young, gripping a fistful of trouser as though he had picked, out of all the world, this and only this to hold. Bruce went down on one knee. He had faced men with knives and not flinched, and he found his hand was not entirely steady as he set it against the boy's small back. "All right," he said quietly. "All right. He's been asking for you," Alfred said from the window, dust cloth in hand. In the language of the very small, which is mostly volume and pointing. He pointed at the door 3 times. "I told him you were downstairs being important." He was unimpressed. "He doesn't have a name." Bruce said it to the boy as much as to Alfred. "Not one we know. There's nothing on the letter but the address. Whoever sent him meant for someone else to name him, or for the name to come later." He studied the small face. "We can't keep calling him the boy." "No, sir. It lacks a certain something." Bruce was quiet. The gray light moved on the floor. Somewhere far below, in the cave, a glowing jar of evidence waited to begin telling its story, and a sealed letter waited with a name perhaps hidden in it, and a tear in the world waited to be understood. All of that was real and would have its day. But the boy was here now, and he had a fist in Bruce's sleeve, and he was looking up with those impossible eyes as if the entire question of who he would become were being settled in this room, this morning, by this man. "Harry," Bruce said. He didn't know where it came from. It arrived the way a true thing arrives, complete. "His name's Harry." The boy laughed, as if he'd been waiting to hear it. The first impossible thing happened that evening, in the kitchen. Alfred had set Harry in a high chair excavated from the same archaeological dig that had produced the nursery, and was attempting to interest him in mashed pear. Bruce stood at the counter with a tablet, reviewing the night's financial threads with one part of his mind and watching the boy with the rest. The kitchen was the warmest room in the manor and the only one that had never felt like a museum. A row of candles burned along the windowsill, because Alfred maintained that a house without a living flame somewhere in it was merely a building, and Bruce had stopped arguing the point a decade ago. Harry decided he did not want the pear. He communicated this with the directness of his kind, turning his face away and pushing the spoon with one small hand, and the spoon, the bowl, and the entire arc of pear it carried went over the edge of the high chair tray toward the floor. It did not reach the floor. It stopped, 8 inches down, and hung in the air. Bruce did not move, because moving would have been a reaction, and reactions were a luxury he had trained out of himself. He simply watched, with the total attention he gave a thing he could not explain, as the bowl rotated slowly in midair, the pear inside it sloshing gently against the rim, suspended on nothing at all. Harry regarded it with mild interest, the way a child regards a thing that has always obeyed him. Then he lost interest, and the bowl dropped the last 8 inches and shattered politely on the tile. Silence held the kitchen. The candles guttered, then steadied. Alfred looked at the broken bowl. He looked at Harry. He looked, last and longest, at Bruce. "I shall fetch a dustpan, sir," he said, with enormous dignity, "and we shall both pretend, for the duration of my absence, that we are men who saw a bull fall in an ordinary fashion. When I return I find I shall require a stronger position on the matter, and possibly a drink." "It's connected," Bruce said quietly. He had crouched to the boy's eye level. Harry beamed at him, entirely unaware that he had just rearranged the rules of the room. The scar. The freight. The tear in the alley. This. He held out his hand, palm up, in front of the boy. "Harry. Can you do it again?" Harry looked at the offered hand, and then at the candles on the sill, and Bruce followed the line of that green gaze and understood a half-second too late. The nearest candle's flame stretched. It leaned off its wick, thin and bright, reaching across 2 feet of air toward the boy's outstretched delight, and Bruce moved his own hand into the path of it without thinking, and the flame met his palm and did not burn. It pooled there, cool as water, a coin of living light resting in the cup of his hand, and Harry laughed and clapped, and the flame snuffed itself out and returned, whole, to its candle. Bruce looked at his unburned palm for a long moment. "All right," he said softly, to the boy, to himself, to the impossible evening. "You're going to need a different kind of education than I planned." Alfred returned with the dustpan, took in the scene, the manor's master crouched on the kitchen floor before a laughing child, the candles burning steady, the unmistakable atmosphere of a line having been crossed, and set about the broken bowl without comment until he had swept the last shard into the pan. Then he straightened, and his voice when it came was careful. "Master Bruce. I have spent my life in service to a family that does not, as a rule, frighten easily. Your father set bones in a public ward during the worst of the Falcon years and never once raised his voice. You go out at night dressed as the thing this city is afraid of, and you sleep, when you sleep at all, like a man with nothing on his conscience. I tell you this so you understand the weight of it when I say that the boy in that chair frightens me, a little. Not because of what he can do. Because of what will be done to him, by people who learn he can do it, if he is not protected by someone who loves him more than they fear him." Bruce rose. He looked at Harry, who had found a wooden spoon and was conducting an unseen orchestra with it, and the thing that the cowl was built to hide was plain on his face now, in the privacy of the kitchen, with only Alfred to see. "Then it's good," he said, "that I'm not afraid of him at all." 4,000 miles away, on a quiet street in Surrey, an old man stood in the dark and got it wrong. Albus Dumbledore was tall and thin and very old, with silver hair and a beard long enough to tuck into his belt, and eyes of a pale, piercing blue behind half-moon spectacles. He wore robes of midnight that the street lamps could not seem to settle on, and he had just, with a small silver instrument that drank the lamps one by one, plunged the whole of Privet Drive into a dark of his own making. He did this so that no ordinary eye would witness what he believed he was about to do. He had not done it. He thought he had. The plan had been precise, and Albus Dumbledore took a quiet pride in precision. The boy was to be brought from the ruined cottage at Godric's Hollow, delivered to this doorstep, and left with a letter explaining to Petunia Desley, Lily's sister, the boy's last living blood, what had happened and what protection her own blood could weave around the child if she only took him in. The blood wards would hold while the boy could call this house home. It was not kindness, he knew it was not kindness. Petunia Desley had hated her sister with the particular venom of the excluded, and the house she kept was no nest for a grieving infant. But it was safe, in the one way that mattered against the one enemy that mattered, and Dumbledore had made his peace long ago with the arithmetic that placed a child's safety above a child's happiness. The war had taught him that arithmetic. The war had taught him that the man who would not sacrifice was the man who lost everything, including the thing he had refused to give up. So when the great flying motorcycle came down out of the night and the half-giant climbed off it weeping and laid the bundle in his arms, Dumbledore had felt the weight of the small sleeping boy and the weight of the choice together, and had carried both down the garden path, and had bent to lay the child upon the step. And the child had not been there. That was the part he would turn over for years and never solve. He had carried a sleeping infant down the path, he was certain of it, certain in his hands, in the warmth against his chest. But when he knelt and drew back the blanket to tuck the letter beside the boy, the blanket was empty. There was a smell of ozone, faint and sharp, the afterscent of a magic he had not cast and did not know. There was a warmth fading from the wool. And there was, for the length of one heartbeat, a thin seam of light at the edge of his vision that closed before he could turn his head, leaving only the dark he himself had made and the empty step and the letter still in his hand. He searched. He searched that night and for 1,000 nights after, with instruments and allies and the full quiet weight of his considerable craft. He found a wrongness in the old earth magic beneath Godric's hollow, a torn place where the ley lines had been strained past their tolerance, by the curse that rebounded from the boy, perhaps, or by some collision of grief and protection and the raw unschooled power of a child who had survived the unsurvivable. Something had torn, and through it the boy had gone, and the tear had healed shut, and no working Dumbledore possessed could tell him to where. He kept it secret. That was the second choice, and he made it with the same cold care as the first. To announce that Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the only soul ever to survive the killing curse, the child on whom a prophecy turned, had vanished the very night his legend was born would be to hand a gift to every follower of the fallen Dark Lord still at large, all of whom would tear the earth apart to find the boy and finish what their master had failed to. Better the world believe Harry hidden safe by Dumbledore's own hand. Better the legend than the truth. So the lie was set loose to do its protective work, and Albus Dumbledore added it to the long account of necessary things he had done and would answer for one day, if such an accounting were ever called. He was right that the boy lived. He was wrong about almost everything else, and the largest error was this: he believed that when the boy was found again, drawn back by Dumbledore's watch, into the world Dumbledore governed, he would be lost, and frightened, and grateful. An orphan owed a debt. A blank page on which the right hand might still write the right story. He could not have imagined that on that same night, in a city he had never heard of, the empty blanket's warmth had been lifted out of the snow by a man who had also been left alone in the dark as a boy, and who had sworn, kneeling in his own ruined alley years before, that no one he could reach would ever be left in the dark again. The boy was not a blank page. The boy was already being written, in a hand far steadier than Dumbledore's own, by a man who would teach him before all else to see clearly the people who decided his fate for him. It would be 10 years before the old wizard's trace charms finally woke. When they did he would feel only relief, and the clean satisfaction of a long patience rewarded, and he would sit down at once to write a letter. He would not feel the floor of his certainties shift. That would come later, in a cold room, from the mouth of a green-eyed boy who had learned to take an old man's reasons apart the way a watchmaker takes apart a watch, to lay each justification on the table, name it, and show exactly where it had been built to fail. But that was 10 years away. The night was quiet. The old man relit the lamps of Privet Drive one by one, and turned, and walked into the dark believing the worst was behind him. There was the matter, too, of making the boy real in the eyes of a world that kept records, and Bruce solved it the way he solved everything that required a thing to exist where nothing had been before, quietly, completely, and with the help of the two people he trusted. The first was Alfred, who produced, over a single week, a history. A birth, a hospital, a mother conveniently deceased and a father conveniently never named, a chain of documents that led nowhere because Alfred had built them to lead nowhere, each one resting on the last like a house that is all foundation. Harry Wayne, ward of Bruce Wayne, was born on paper that month, 11 years before he would receive a letter addressed to a cave, and the paper held, because Alfred Pennyworth had spent a lifetime learning that the most convincing lie is the one that bores the person checking it. The second was a man Bruce trusted with the daylight half of his life, the one who ran the company that paid for the cave without ever asking what the cave was, Lucius Fox, who looked at the adoption papers Bruce slid across his desk, and at the line where a child's origin should have been and was instead a careful nothing, and did not ask the question the nothing invited. He had worked for Bruce Wayne long enough to know which nothings were load-bearing. "A ward," Lucius said. That's a great deal of paperwork for a man who avoids the society pages like a subpoena. He needs to exist, Bruce said. Legally. Permanently. In a way nobody can unwind. Lucius studied him a moment, and saw, behind the flat operational voice, the thing Bruce did not say, and chose, as he always chose, to honor the silence rather than break it. Then he'll exist, he said simply, and signed where the company's signature was needed, and asked nothing, and that was its own kind of fatherhood too, the kind that holds a door without demanding to know who walks through it. But the realest of the documents was the one no office would ever file, and Bruce drew it up alone, that first week, in the cave, in the small hours when the boy was asleep and the work was quiet. He did not write it down, he did not need to, he had simply decided it, the way he decided the things that governed him, so completely that no part of him could ever vote to reverse it. The boy would inherit nothing of the work until he chose it freely and could not choose it until he understood its full cost. The boy would be a son first and a protege second, and the order would never invert, no matter how gifted he proved, no matter how loud the call from the other world became. And the boy would never, not once, be permitted to believe that his place in this house was conditional on his usefulness, because Bruce had spent a childhood being passed between adults who meant well and adults who meant nothing, a ward of arrangements, and he knew exactly which wound that left, and he had decided, kneeling over a basket in the snow, that this one child within his reach would never carry it. He went up to the nursery when the document was done, the unwritten one, the only one that mattered, and he stood in the doorway of the room that had been his own and watched the small chest rise and fall in the dark. The scar caught the faint light, the thin clean lightning bolt that no instrument could explain. The boy slept the bottomless sleep of the very young and the newly safe, one fist curled against his cheek, and Bruce Wayne stood watch over him the way he stood watch over a city, without being asked, without expecting thanks, because watching over the things that could not watch over themselves was the whole of what he had decided to be. "I can't leave you," he said, very quietly, to the sleeping boy, years before the boy would be old enough to demand the promise and receive it again. "It's not allowed. I'm the one who made the rule." And he stood in the doorway a while longer, an orphan who had become a guardian, in a house that was learning, around the breath of a sleeping child, how to be a home again. That night, while Harry slept in the nursery with Alfred dozing upright in the chair beside the crib and refusing to admit he was doing so, Batman went back to Crime Alley. The crates were gone, of course. The clipboard man had recovered the freight before the police arrived, and the police, being Gotham police, had logged the assault and the broken theater door and asked no questions about glowing jars, because no one had reported glowing jars and a Gotham officer's life was built of not borrowing trouble. Batman crouched in the slush where the basket had fallen and worked the scene by hand. He found three things. The first was a residue, invisible to the eye, that his scanner registered as the same anomalous signature he had pulled off the boy's scar, a faint patterning in the air that the instrument insisted was present and refused to classify, concentrated in the exact spot where the seam of light had opened. Whatever had torn the world here had left a fingerprint, and the fingerprint matched the child. The second was a single shard of glass, kicked under a dumpster in the fight and forgotten in the freight's hurried recovery. He bagged it without touching it. Even sealed in the pouch it pulsed, very faintly, with that slow green light, and the snow inside the pouch did not melt. The third was a name. He had run the freight routing from the cowl footage, the stencils, the manifest numbers on the crates, and the chain led, through 4 shell companies and a customs broker who would shortly become the subject of Bruce Wayne's intense and entirely legal financial attention, to a single importer of record. A small, respectable firm that moved specialty goods through Gotham Harbor and had moved a great deal more of them in the last 18 months than its stated business could explain. The firm imported, on paper, antiques. Curiosities. Old things from old places. Its filings carried a category the customs broker had plainly invented to dodge awkward questions, a phrase typed once and never explained, and Batman read it 3 times in the green glow of the evidence pouch and felt the whole case turn under him like a key in a lock. 1 grade material, the manifest said. Origin, undeclared. He did not yet know what a wand was, not in the sense the manifest meant. He would spend years finding out. But he knew the shape of a thread when he held one, and he knew that this one ran from a glowing crate in Crime Alley back to wherever the night had torn open, back to whoever had packed a boy into a basket with a sealed letter, back to the green-eyed child now asleep in a nursery 30 miles away with an old man standing watch. One case. He had said it in the cave and he believed it now with the nearest thing he had to faith. The boy, the glowing freight, and the tear in the world were one case. The case had just given him its first true lead, and he would pull the thread for as long as it took, with all the patience his whole life had been spent learning. He looked up. The snow had stopped. Through a gap in the cloud one cold star burned over Gotham, and the city lay under it the way it always did, sleepless and wounded and his. Somewhere out there were people who packed children into baskets and shipped them across the world to be left on strangers' doorsteps. Somewhere out there was a man whose careful, looping hand had addressed an envelope to relatives who did not know to expect the boy they were meant to raise. He did not yet know that man's name. When he learned it, years from now, from the boy's own mouth, in a cave grown familiar to them both, he would file it where he filed all such names, in the cold and patient place that never forgot and never let go. For tonight, it was enough to have the thread. He stood, and the cape settled around him like a closing door, and he went home to the boy. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Raised in the Cave. A house is built of habits more than stone, and the habits of Wayne Manor reorganized themselves around a small boy with the quiet totality of water finding a new level. By the time Harry was 5 he knew the manor the way other children knew a storybook, not as rooms but as a sequence of discoveries. He knew that the third stair from the landing creaked and that the creak could be defeated by stepping on the outer edge, and he had worked this out himself, at 4, by testing each board in turn while Alfred pretended not to watch from the hall below. He knew that the portraits in the long gallery had eyes that did not move, which he found mildly disappointing, having half expected otherwise for reasons he could not have explained. He knew that behind the grandfather clock in the study there was a darkness that smelled of cold stone and river water, and that the darkness was the most important place in the house, and that he was not yet allowed to go down into it alone. He was allowed to go down into it with Bruce. The first time, Harry was 3, and Bruce carried him. The cave opened around them, vast and breathing, the high dark alive with the soft leather rush of its true tenants, and where another child might have screamed, Harry went still and listened, his small head turned up toward the sound. Bruce felt the boy's heartbeat against his arm, quick, but not with fear. With attention. "They're bats," Bruce said. "Thousands of them. They live in the dark and they see with sound. Watch." He took the boy out onto the gantry over the chasm, and below them the great computer woke at his voice and threw its blue light up against the stone, and the bats wheeled in it, and Harry laughed, the same bright, fearless laugh he had laughed in the snow of Crime Alley 2 years before. "More," Harry said. It was one of his first reliable words. Not up, not no, not the names of foods. More. Bruce would think about that for a long time afterward. "More," he agreed. "There's always more. That's the first thing. The world is bigger than what you can see, and most of it is hiding. Our job is to find it." "Find it," Harry repeated, and reached for the light. The education Bruce had promised himself he would give the boy did not look, from outside, like education at all. There were no flashcards, no drills, not at first. There was only the steady, deliberate practice of looking, dressed up as a game. "What's wrong with this picture?" Bruce would say, sliding a photograph across the breakfast table, and Harry, 6 now, kneeling on the chair to reach, would frown at it with the ferocious concentration he gave to everything, and find it. A clock in the background reading the wrong time. A shadow falling the wrong way. A man in a crowd whose shoes did not match his coat. Bruce never told him what to look for. He had learned, the hard way, in this cave, that the eye trained to find what it is told to find goes blind to everything else. So he taught Harry the harder discipline instead, to look at the whole, and let the wrong thing announce itself. "There," Harry said one morning, tapping the photograph. His watch. What about it? It's on his right hand. But he's holding the cup with his right hand too. And the cup handle's turned for a left hand. Harry looked up, green eyes bright with the particular joy of a solved thing. He's left-handed. He put the watch on the wrong wrist on purpose. Why would somebody do that? Bruce felt something move in his chest that he had stopped expecting to feel. Tell me, he said. You tell me why. Harry thought. The kitchen was quiet. Alfred, at the stove, had gone very still over the eggs. Because he wanted people to think he's right-handed, Harry said slowly. Because the thing he's going to do it with his left hand. And if everybody remembers him as right-handed, then when they describe him after, they'll describe him wrong. After what? After whatever he's going to do. Bruce reached across the table and turned the photograph face down. That man, he said, robbed 4 banks before anyone connected the cases, because every witness described a right-handed man and the man was left-handed. It took the police a year. It took me a weekend. It would have taken you a morning. He held the boy's eyes. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Harry shook his head, honest as always when he didn't know. I'm telling you that you see, Bruce said. Most people look. You see. That's not a small thing, Harry. That's the rarest thing in the world, and it can be used to help people or it can be wasted, and the only person who gets to decide which is you. Not me. Not anyone. You. I want to help people, Harry said, with the simple certainty of a child who has not yet learned that the world makes such things complicated. I know you do, Bruce said. That's the other thing I'm counting on. The magic grew the way the boy grew, unevenly, in surges, then plateaus that fooled them both into thinking it had settled. Bruce treated it as he treated everything he did not understand. He refused to fear it, and he refused to look away from it. He had built, in a sealed chamber off the main cave, a laboratory whose only purpose was the study of the impossible. Reinforced. Monitored. Shielded in materials chosen by guess and refined by result. He called it, with the flat humor that was the only humor the cowl allowed him, the annex. Harry called it the bright room, because the strange green light of the contraband shard, still pulsing faintly in its sealed case after 5 years, was kept there, and because it was the one place in the cave where Bruce let him be, on purpose, exactly what he was. Show me, Bruce would say, and Harry would hold out his hand, and the shard's light would lean toward him through the glass the way the candle flame had leaned toward him on the first night, recognizing kin. They learned its rules together, father and son, by experiment. They learned that Harry's magic answered to emotion when he was young and to intention as he grew, that the floating bowl of his babyhood became, by careful practice, a cup he could lift across a room and set down without spilling, if he was calm, if he meant it. They learned that it could not be forced and could not be faked, that fear made it wild and anger made it dangerous and a clear, quiet wanting made it precise. They learned that it left a signature on the instruments, the same signature as the scar and the shard and the residue from the alley, and that the signature grew stronger every year, like a radio source approaching from a great distance. It's getting louder, Bruce said one night, watching the readout climb. Harry was 9, asleep upstairs. Alfred stood beside him with 2 cups of tea, one of which Bruce would not drink and both of which Alfred had brought anyway, on principle. Louder, sir. The signal. Whatever he is, whatever did this to him, it's calling, and the call gets stronger as he grows into himself. Bruce traced the rising line on the screen. Someone built a child to be findable, Alfred. They put a beacon in him. They just lost the receiver. He was quiet a moment. When he's strong enough, whoever's been listening on the other end is going to hear him. And they're going to come, or they're going to send for him. And I have until then to make sure that when they do, they meet a person they cannot use. And how does one build such a person, sir? Alfred asked, though his tone said he already knew, and approved, and was only making Bruce say it aloud so it would be true between them. You teach him to see, Bruce said. Everything. Everyone. Especially the people who say they're helping him. You teach him that the first question is always the same: what does this person want, and what are they willing to do to me to get it? And then, he set down the untouched tea. You make absolutely certain that he never doubts, not for 1 second of his life, that there is one place in the world where the answer to that question is nothing. That somebody wants nothing from him at all except that he exists. He looked up at the old man. That's the part whoever sent him got wrong. You can't raise a weapon and a son. You have to choose. I chose. You chose both, sir, Alfred said gently. You always do. It is, if I may, your single most exhausting quality. There was a night Harry called Bruce Dad for the first time, and it was not the night either of them would have chosen, which is how such things tend to go. He was 7. He had woken from the dream, the only dream he ever had that he could not solve, a flash of green light and a high cold laugh and a woman's voice saying a word he could never quite hear, a dream he did not yet know was a memory, and he had not gone to Alfred, and he had not cried out. He had gone down. Through the study, behind the clock, into the dark that smelled of cold stone and river water, because the dark was where the most important things were, and because some animal part of him understood that the one person who could stand between him and the green light lived in the dark. Bruce was at the computer when the boy's bare feet came whispering across the gantry. He turned, and there was Harry, small in the blue light, shaking, his face wet, his green eyes enormous. Bruce did not ask what was wrong. He had learned long ago that the question was a wall, not a door. He simply opened his arms, and the boy crossed the cave at a dead run and hit him, and Bruce held him while he shook, one hand on the small back, the other cradling the wild black hair, and said nothing at all, because there was nothing that needed saying that holding did not say better. When the shaking eased, Harry spoke into his chest, muffled and certain. "Don't leave me on a doorstep," he said. Bruce went very still. "I heard Alfred," Harry said. He didn't know I heard. He said somebody left me on a doorstep and a door opened and I came here instead. He said it was lucky. The boy pulled back far enough to look up, and his face in the blue light was older than 7, the way grief makes children older. "I don't want to be lucky. Lucky means it almost didn't happen. I want it to be the only thing that could have happened. I want," his voice cracked, "I want you to not be able to leave me. Ever. Even if you wanted to. Promise me you can't." There were a great many true and careful things Bruce Wayne could have said. He could have explained that no one can promise that. He could have explained the difference between a promise and a fact. He had built his whole life on telling the truth to himself in the cold and acting on it, and the cold true thing was that the world takes people, that he of all people knew the world takes people, that he could promise nothing. He looked at his son and he threw the cold true thing into the chasm. "I can't leave you," Bruce said. "It's not allowed. It's the one rule even I can't break. Do you understand me, Harry? Whatever happens. Whoever comes for you. Wherever in the world or out of it you go. There is no doorstep anywhere that I will not come and take you back off of. That's not luck. That's a law. I'm the one who made it and I'm telling you it can't be broken." Harry studied him with the whole of his terrible attention, the same attention he gave the photographs, looking for the wrong thing, the tell, the watch on the wrong wrist. He found nothing. Because there was nothing. It was the truest thing Bruce had ever said. "Okay," Harry whispered. And then, testing the word the way he tested everything, turning it over to see if it would hold his weight, "Okay, Dad." Bruce did not trust his voice. He pulled the boy back against his chest and held him in the blue light of the cave, and above them the bats turned in the dark, and somewhere in a sealed room a green shard pulsed like a beacon growing louder, calling across a distance that was closing year by year. He held his son and he made the cold true calculation he had refused to make aloud, the one Alfred already knew, that the day would come when the other world reached out its hand for the boy, and that when it did, Bruce Wayne would teach a wizard or a headmaster or a god, if it came to gods, exactly what it meant to try to take back something that he had decided to keep. "Okay," he said into the boy's hair. "Okay." He asked about it himself, eventually, in the way of children who circle the largest question for years before they land on it. He was 7, not long after the night in the cave, and he asked it at the kitchen table, where the hard things in that house were always easiest to say, with Alfred at the stove pretending to be busy. "Where did I come from?" Harry said. "Not the doorstep. Before that. Who had me before you?" Bruce did not deflect, and he did not lie, and he did not give the boy more than the boy could carry, which is the whole art of telling a child a hard truth. "I don't know all of it yet," he said. "That's the honest answer, and I'm always going to give you the honest answer, even when the honest answer is that I don't know. Here's what I do know. You had a mother and a father. They were real, and from everything I've been able to find, they loved you, and something took them when you were a baby, something bad, that wasn't your fault and wasn't theirs. And then someone who was supposed to take care of you decided to leave you somewhere instead, and on the way to leaving you, the world tore a little, and you came here, to me. That's the part I'm still working on. Who they were. What took them. Who decided to leave you and why." He held the boy's eyes. "I'm going to find all of it. It might take years. And when I find it, I'll tell you, every piece, even the pieces that hurt, because it's yours. Your history belongs to you and nobody else, and I'm just keeping it safe until you're old enough to hold it." Harry thought about this with the seriousness he gave everything. "Were they sad?" he said finally. "When they had to leave? My mother and father. Were they sad to go?" And Bruce, who did not yet have the photograph from the vault, who had only an instinct and a scar and 11 years of patient hunting ahead of him, made the one promise he could be sure of keeping. "I think," he said carefully, "that anyone who ever had you would have been very sad to lose you. I know that, because I have you now, and the thing I'm most certain of in the world is that I would never stop being sad if I lost you. So yes. I think they were sad. I think they loved you, and I think losing you was the worst thing that ever happened to them, and I think if they could see you now, safe, here, with us, they'd be glad you landed where you did." He reached across the table and put his hand over the boy's small one. "You didn't come from nowhere, Harry. You came from people who loved you, to people who love you, through a bad dark patch in between. The patch isn't the story. The loving is the story. Don't ever let anyone tell you the patch is the story." Across the kitchen, Alfred had stopped pretending to be busy, and was standing very still over a pot, and did not turn around for some time. The code came later, and it came hard, because the code always does. Harry was 8 when he met cruelty he could answer, and learned that answering it was not the same as defeating it. Bruce had begun taking him out, not on patrol, never that, not yet, but into the city in daylight, to the parts of Gotham that the manor's gates were built to forget. Bruce Wayne the billionaire had foundations and clinics and a name on the side of buildings, and he made his son walk through every one of them, because a boy raised only in a cave learns the dark too well and the reason for the dark not at all. In an alley off the Bowery, a clean alley, a daylight alley, the kind that only looks dangerous to people from the manor, a bigger boy was taking a smaller boy's shoes. There were 3 of them and one of him, the small one, and they had him against the brick, and the thing they were doing was not really about the shoes. Harry understood that at once. He understood it the way he understood the photographs. The shoes were the watch on the wrong wrist. The real thing was underneath. He did not call for Bruce, who was 30 feet back, talking with a clinic director, who had seen, who was already moving, who was deliberately moving slowly to see what his son would do. Harry walked into the alley. He was 8 and small and he had been learning to move for 2 years, and the oldest of the 3 boys turned and laughed at him, and Harry took the laughing boy's wrist in the way Bruce had shown him 100 times in the cave, not to break it. Bruce never taught him to break it, only to turn it, to fold the joint along the line it did not want to go, and the laughing boy stopped laughing and went down to one knee in the alley filth with a sound that was almost a word. The other 2 let go of the small boy. One of them ran. The other, the angry one, picked up a bottle. And Harry, with the older boy's wrist still folded in his hand and the angry boy raising the bottle and the green light of his own rising temper crowding the edges of his vision, Harry felt the magic stir. Felt it come up in him like the bowl rising off the high chair tray, like the candle leaning off its wick, only enormous now, only grown, a thing that could throw the angry boy down the length of the alley and into the brick and not stop there. He felt how easy it would be. He felt, for one cold clear instant, that he wanted to. He let go of the wrist. He stepped back. He let the bottle come, and he turned it the way Bruce had shown him, harmlessly, into empty air, and he put the angry boy on the ground without putting a mark on him, and then he stood over the three of them with his hands open and empty and shaking, and he did not do the thing the magic wanted to do. That was when Bruce arrived, and saw his son standing in the alley with the power crawling visibly off his skin like heat shimmer, holding it, holding it, holding it. Later, in the car, Harry said, "I wanted to hurt him. The one with the bottle. I wanted to throw him into the wall and I knew I could and I wanted to." He looked at his hands. "That's bad. Isn't it? That I wanted to." "No," Bruce said. He kept his eyes on the road. This was the most important conversation of the boy's life and he knew it and he gave it to him sideways, in the car, in the dark, because some truths can only be received when they are not being stared at. Wanting it isn't bad. Wanting it is human. Everyone who has ever been hurt wants to hurt back. I want to. Every night, I want to. The men I go out and find, there is not one of them I couldn't end, and there is a part of me, every single time, that wants to. Then why don't you? Because the wanting isn't the man, Bruce said. What you do with the wanting, that's the man. That's the only part that's the man. Anybody can be good when there's nothing to want. The code isn't for the days when it's easy, Harry. The code is for exactly the moment you had today, in that alley, with the power up and the target chosen and every reason in the world. That's what it's for. It's the line you draw before you need it, so that when you need it, it's already drawn, and you don't have to be strong in the worst moment of your life. You just have to have been strong once, beforehand, when you drew the line. Harry was quiet for a long time. Gotham went by in the window, grey and enormous and full of people who would never know how close the boy in the passing car had come, that afternoon, to becoming something else. I drew it, Harry said finally. Today. In the alley. I drew it. I know you did, Bruce said. I watched you do it. It was the proudest I have ever been of anyone. And because he was a man who had learned, late and at great cost, to say the warm thing out loud while the person was still in the car to hear it, he added, "We don't kill, Harry. We don't cross that line, not for anything, not ever. Not because the people on the other side of it deserve to live. Some of them don't. We don't cross it because of what crossing it would do to us. The line isn't to protect them. It's to protect you. It's the last thing standing between the man who saves people and the man who just decides who lives." He glanced over, once. "You're going to be the first kind. I've never been more certain of anything." The thread from the alley did not die in those years. It went quiet, the way the deepest cases do, but Bruce never let go of it, and the boy grew up half aware that somewhere beneath the ordinary work of Gotham his father was hunting something that had no name. The importer of antiques had folded 18 months after that first snowy night, the way shell companies do when a Wayne accountant begins asking polite questions. But the freight had not stopped. It had only changed hands, changed flags, changed the lie on its manifests, and Bruce traced it the way a man traces a river underground, by where it surfaced. A glowing jar surfaced in an evidence locker after a dock raid and vanished before it could be logged. A dead smuggler surfaced in the harbor with a length of carved wood in his coat that the coroner photographed, failed to classify, and lost. A rumor surfaced, in the particular gutters where Batman did his listening, of a buyer who paid in old gold coins that no exchange would touch, gold stamped with a profile no numismatist could name, for cargo that the dockhands had started refusing to carry because the men who carried it had a way of dreaming badly and then not waking up. Bruce assembled it on the great glass board in the cave, node by node over years, and the shape it made was the shape of a pipeline, something coming into Gotham from somewhere that did not appear on any map, moving through human hands that did not understand what they moved, bound for a buyer who did. He could trace it forward to the buyer and the trail went cold behind a wall of gold and fear. He could trace it backward to the docks and the trail went cold at the water, at the precise edge of the world where ordinary smuggling routes simply stopped and the cargo seemed to begin from nothing, the way the seam of light in the alley had begun from nothing. "It's the same as him," he told Alfred, one gray dawn, nodding at the readout that tracked the rising beacon in his sleeping son. "The freight comes from where Harry came from. Same signature. Same nothing becoming something. There's a door, Alfred. A way between here and wherever he's from, and somebody's been running goods through it for years, and they don't care what it costs the people on this side." He set his jaw. When the call finally reaches him, when his world reaches out and takes him back, it's not going to be a clean reunion. There's already commerce. There's already a body count. Whatever takes my son will be standing in a marketplace I've spent a decade watching bleed. "Then it is fortunate, sir," Alfred said quietly, "that when that day comes, the boy will not arrive in their world as a lost child. He will arrive as the only person alive who has been taught, from the cradle, to look at a marketplace and find the hand that profits from the bodies." Bruce looked at the rising line on the screen. "That's the idea," he said. If Bruce taught Harry to see, Alfred taught him why seeing mattered, which is a different lesson and the harder one. The old man's classroom was the kitchen, and his curriculum was disguised as chores. Harry learned to make a roux because Alfred required it, and learned in the making of it that patience is not waiting but attention, that a sauce, like a case, like a person, turns the instant you stop watching it. He learned to press a shirt and to read a wine and to set a table for guests who never came, and he understood, dimly at first and then completely, that Alfred was not teaching him to serve. Alfred was teaching him that the small, unglamorous, repeated acts of care were the actual substance of love, the part underneath the part that gets remembered, the dry mat under the locked door of every household in the world. "Your father," Alfred said one evening, the two of them at the long counter, the boy 10 and elbow deep in dishwater because Alfred maintained that a man who did not know how to wash a dish had no business giving orders to anyone, "is the finest man I have ever known, and he will work himself into the ground proving to a city that does not deserve it that the dark can be answered. He believes the work is the love. He is wrong, but he is wrong in a magnificent direction, and I have given up correcting him." He dried a glass. "You, however, I intend to correct early. The work is not the love, Master Harry. The work is what the love does with its hands. But a man who only ever works will wake one day to find he has saved 1,000 strangers and learned the name of none of them. Do you understand the difference I am drawing?" "You're saying don't be like Dad," Harry said, scrubbing. "I am saying," Alfred replied, with the particular dryness that meant he was entirely serious, "be exactly like your father, and then also do the one thing he never learned, which is to let the people you save become people you know. He has me, and now he has you, and it took an orphan falling out of the sky to teach him even that much. You will have more, because you will not wait for the sky to provide it. That is the whole of my instruction. The dishes are also a part of it, but a smaller part." Harry was quiet, working a pot. "Did he learn it? From me?" Alfred considered the question with the gravity it deserved. "He laughs now," he said simply. "Before you, he did not. Not once, in the years between the alley that took his parents and the alley that gave him you. I had begun to think the sound had died in him." He set the dry glass on the shelf. "You did that, Master Harry. Whatever else you become, and you will become a great deal, know that you walked into a house full of grief at 15 months old and taught a broken man to laugh again before you could form a full sentence. There is no case in that cave more important than that one, and you closed it without trying. Remember it, on the days the work tries to convince you that you are only useful. You were loved before you were useful. You were loved on the doorstep, before you had done a single thing. That is the part they cannot take and cannot earn and cannot give themselves. Hold it. Harry handed him the last clean pot. Okay, Alfred, he said, and the old man heard, under the boy's calm, that it had landed where it was aimed. The first thing Harry ever built, he built for Alfred. He was 10, and he had begun to haunt the workbenches at the edge of the cave where Bruce machined his tools, and Bruce, who believed that a child kept away from danger learns only that danger is interesting, had taught him the lathe and the soldering iron and the cardinal rule of the workshop, which was that you do not build a thing until you can say, in one sentence, the problem it solves. Harry's first sentence was this: Alfred's hands hurt in the cold, and the cave was always cold, and the old man would never once complain of it. So the boy built gloves. Thin ones, fingerless, the leather cut and stitched by his own clumsy hands over a frame of fine heating filament drawn off the same power that ran the great computer, regulated by a thermostat the size of a coin that he machined himself and ruined 4 times before the 5th held. They were not elegant. The stitching was a child stitching. But they worked, and they were warm, and when Harry presented them, gruffly, the way Bruce presented things, having learned that too from watching, Alfred put them on, and flexed his fingers, and was, for the first time in the boy's memory, entirely without a dry remark. "They're not very good," Harry said, into the silence. "The left one runs hotter." "I'll fix it." "You will do no such thing," Alfred said, and his voice was not quite steady, and he did not pretend it was. "They are perfect. They are the finest gift I have received in 40 years of this house, and the left one will run hotter for as long as I draw breath, and if you alter so much as a stitch I shall be very cross." He looked at the boy across the workbench, this child who saw everything, who had seen, evidently, the thing the old man had spent a lifetime concealing. "Thank you, Harry. I shall wear them every day." He did. For the rest of his life, in the cold of the cave, Alfred Pennyworth wore a pair of badly stitched gloves whose left hand ran too hot, and counted himself, on the strength of them, among the most fortunate men alive. Harry was 9 the night he closed a case his father had left open, and he did it at the breakfast table, with a newspaper and a glass of orange juice, and Bruce would tell the story for the rest of his life, privately, only to Alfred, in the voice he used for the few things that had ever truly surprised him. It began as one of the games. Bruce had taken to leaving the morning paper folded on the table with a single story circled, and Harry had taken to dismantling the circled story over breakfast as casually as he ate his eggs. This morning's story was a death. A jeweler in the Diamond District, found in his locked shop, the safe open and emptied, no sign of forced entry, the police calling it an inside job and looking hard at the dead man's partner. Bruce had circled it because he himself had not yet decided what it was, and he wanted to see what the boy would make of a thing the master had not finished. Harry read it twice. He always read things twice. Then he read it a third time, which was new, and Bruce set down his coffee and watched. "The partner didn't do it," Harry said. "The police think he did. The police are looking at the safe being open and no forced entry, so they think it has to be somebody with the combination, and the partner had the combination." Harry tapped the page. "But that's looking, not seeing. Look at the picture." Bruce looked at the picture. It was a stock photograph of the shop front, taken months before, in summer. "Not that one." They ran a second one. Harry turned the page. There, small, was a photograph of the scene, the police line, the dark window, the locked door. It rained that night. The article says so, up top, a rain-slicked Tuesday. Look at the doormat. Inside the door. Through the glass. Bruce looked at the doormat through the glass, in a newspaper photograph, at the breakfast table, and felt the hair rise on his arms the way it had risen the first night, over a basket in the snow. "It's dry," he said. "It's dry," Harry agreed. "It rained all night and the man supposedly opened his safe and got robbed and killed all in the same night, but the mat just inside his own front door is dry, which means nobody came in through that door after the rain started. Not the partner. Not anybody. The door was never opened that night. He took a sip of orange juice. So either the killer was already inside before it rained and stayed all night, which is a lot, or, he looked up, and there it was, the bright fierce joy of the solved thing, the safe wasn't opened that night either. The combination wasn't used because nobody needed it because the jeweler emptied his own safe, before the rain, and gave the stuff to somebody, and then somebody he trusted enough to be alone with came back the next morning, before the police, after the mat dried, and killed him and made it look like a night robbery to hide that the jewels were already gone. It's not about who had the combination, Dad. It's about who knew the safe was already empty. The partner thinks he's being framed for a robbery. He doesn't even know there wasn't one. The kitchen was silent. Alfred had stopped, mid-pour, the coffee going cold in the pot. "Where are the jewels?" Bruce asked. His voice was very even. It was the voice he used when he did not want a child to know that the child had just done something Bruce himself had not. "Wherever the jeweler hid them before he gave them away," Harry said, shrugging, 9 years old, reaching for the toast. "He was in debt, the article says the shop refinanced twice. He sold his own stock out the back for cash, faked a robbery to keep the insurance, and trusted the wrong person to help. The wrong person decided they didn't need a partner. The mat's dry. The mat was always going to be dry. The police just never went inside far enough to look down." Bruce stood. He crossed to the phone, the ordinary phone, the daylight phone, the one Bruce Wayne the citizen used to make Bruce Wayne the citizen's anonymous tips to a particular detective who had learned, over the years, that such tips were worth pursuing. He made the call. He did not look at the boy while he made it, because he did not entirely trust his face. The partner was cleared within the week. The insurance fraud unraveled within the month. The killer, the dead man's nephew, as it turned out, who had indeed come back in the dry gray morning, was arrested before the season changed, and never knew that the case against him had begun at a breakfast table, with a glass of orange juice, in the hand of a 9-year-old who had simply looked down at a mat and seen that it was dry. That night Bruce went down into the cave alone and stood for a long time before the rising line on the great screen, the beacon in his sun growing patiently louder, the call from the other world drawing patiently nearer. He thought about the marketplace of bodies he had spent 10 years watching bleed. He thought about the men who paid in nameless gold, and the door that opened from nowhere, and the careful looping hand that had addressed an envelope to people who did not know to expect the boy. Let them come, he thought. Let the call finish ringing. Let the whole hidden world reach out its hand. It had no idea what it was reaching for. It thought it had lost a weapon, or misplaced a legend, or abandoned a debt. What it would find, when it finally found him, was a boy who could look at a marketplace and see the dry mat, who had been raised by the world's greatest detective to find the wrong thing in any picture, and by a father who loved him to never once mistake being useful for being loved, and who already knew, in the deep place under everything, that the people who decide a child's fate from a distance must always, always be watched. Bruce turned off the screen. He went upstairs. He looked in on his sleeping son, and on the old man asleep in the chair beside the bed who would deny it in the morning, and he stood in the doorway of the nursery that had been his own once, in the house that had become a home again around a boy who fell out of the sky, and for a moment, just a moment, in the dark, where no one could see and hold it against him, Bruce Wayne let himself be simply, dangerously happy. Then he went to bed, because there was training in the morning, and the call was getting louder, and he intended for his son to be ready. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Bat's Discipline by 10, The Games Had Teeth. Bruce woke him at 4. There was no warning and there was never a second call. The discipline began at the door of sleep, because a detective who could be surprised by a morning could be surprised by anything. Harry learned to come awake all at once, the way Bruce did, the way an animal does, the body ready before the mind had finished the sentence. He learned to dress in the dark in 90 seconds. He learned that the cold of the cave at 4 in the morning was a teacher, and that the lesson it taught was simply this, that the body will tell you 100 reasons to stop, and that none of them are true, and that the work of a life is learning which voice inside you to obey. The body came first because the body is the foundation, and Bruce built it the way he built everything, from the ground, slowly, with no shortcut left untaken precisely because there were no shortcuts. Harry ran. He climbed. He fell, onto mats at first and then onto less, and learned to fall the way a cat falls, scattering the force of it through a rolling body so that the ground took nothing it was not given. He learned 6 martial arts and then learned that they were one, that the names were only doors into the same house, that the man who studied style stayed a student and the man who studied principles became dangerous. Bruce drilled him in the dark, by sound, until Harry could spar blindfolded against the cave's automated arms and read an incoming strike from the change in the air before it landed. Pain is information, Bruce told him, the morning Harry first asked to stop. The boy was 11 weeks short of 11 years, hanging by his fingertips from a ledge he had been told to hold for 2 minutes and had held for 1. It's data. It tells you where your limit is. Most people hear it and obey it like an order. You're going to learn to hear it like a report. The report says, this is where you are weak. And then you decide, with your mind and not your hands, whether today is a day to respect the weakness or a day to move the line. He checked his watch. 40 seconds. The report is in. What's your decision? Harry held for the 40 seconds. His fingers bled. Bruce cleaned and bound them himself, in the cave, in silence, and the silence was not punishment, it was respect. Then he made the boy eggs, because the body that is asked for everything must be given everything, and there is no discipline in starving the instrument you intend to play. This was the part the other world would never understand about how the boy was made. They would imagine cruelty, when they finally learned of it, a child driven, a childhood stolen, a weapon forged in a cold cave by a colder man. They would be wrong in every particular. The cave was hard, but it was never cruel, and the difference between hard and cruel is the whole of the thing. Bruce never once asked of Harry a price he did not first ask of himself. He bled beside him. He ran the same ledges. And every brutal 4 o'clock morning ended the same way, with eggs and quiet and the unspoken, unbreakable fact underneath all of it, that the boy was loved first, and trained second, and that the order of those 2 things was a law even harder than the one against killing. The mind came second, and the mind was where the boy outran his teacher. Bruce had built his own memory into a palace by main force, room by room, over years of grinding repetition, because his gift had always been will rather than ease. Harry built his in a season, and built it, to Bruce's quiet astonishment, into something stranger and larger than a palace, a place the boy described, when pressed, as, the cave, but inside, a vast dark hum with the soft rush of remembered wings, where every fact he had ever filed roost in the high black and came down to his hand when he called it. He could walk it. He could stand in the dark of his own remembering and summon a license plate seen for half a second through a car window 2 years before, and read it off the air. Bruce tested it and could not break it. He stopped testing it and started using it. Languages came to the boy like water finding cracks. By 11 he had 4 and the grammar of 3 more, and he had learned them the detective's way, not from books but from people. Bruce flew specialists to the manor under a dozen pretexts, a linguist, a forger, a retired cat burglar who taught the boy locks for a summer and wept when she left because she had never had a student who listened, an escape artist, a chemist, a behavioral analyst who studied the micro-expressions of liars and found in Harry a student who could already read the room better than the teacher. They came thinking they would educate a rich man's son. They left having been quietly, thoroughly studied themselves, each of them carrying away the unsettling sense of having been read down to the spine by a polite boy with green eyes. And underneath the languages and the memory and the locks ran the one discipline Bruce prized above all the others, the discipline that made a detective and not merely a clever man, the method. The refusal to love a theory. The willingness, Bruce drilled it until it was reflex, to take the conclusion you most wanted to be true and attack it harder than any enemy ever would, to be your own most ruthless adversary, to follow the evidence even when the evidence walked off a cliff you had built your hopes on. The most dangerous lie, Bruce said, is the one you want to believe. It walks straight past every guard you have, because you open the gate for it yourself. So you build a different guard. You build the habit of treating your favorite idea as the prime suspect. The thing you're sure of, that's the thing you investigate first, and hardest, and without mercy. Because everyone else's certainty is just an obstacle. Your own certainty is a loaded gun pointed at your own head. Harry took the lesson and did the thing that, more than anything else, told Bruce what the boy would become. He turned it on his own life. Then I should investigate you, Harry said. 11 years old. Even. Not unkind. You're the thing I'm most sure of. By your own rule, you're the suspect I should attack hardest. Bruce did not flinch. He had been waiting for this, in a way, for years, had perhaps even been building toward it, because a son who could not eventually turn the method on the father had not really learned the method at all. Yes, he said. You should. Go on, then. Investigate me. What do you find? And Harry, who had been raised in a house with one locked subject, who had felt for years the shape of the thing no one quite said, looked his father in the eye and laid out the case he had been quietly assembling since he was 7 and overheard the word doorstep. You found me in an alley, he said. There was a letter. It had an address in England. You never opened it. It's still down here, sealed, in the evidence racks, third case from the left, behind the glass. You think I haven't looked behind. You've been hunting where I came from for 10 years and you've never told me what you found, and the not telling isn't an accident, because you don't do accidents. So. The boy's voice did not shake. The discipline held it level, the way it had held him on the bleeding ledge. Either you don't know, which I don't believe, because you know everything, or you know, and you've decided I'm not ready, and you've been waiting. And I think it's the second one. I think there's a whole world I came out of, and you've been watching it bleed through the cracks for 10 years, and you've been getting me ready to walk into it. That's what the 4 o'clock mornings are. That's what the locks and the languages are. You're not raising a son who'll take over Gotham. You're raising a son who can survive going home. He stopped. How close am I? The cave was silent. Far above, the bats turned. Third case from the left, Bruce said quietly, is correct. Everything else is correct. He held the boy's eyes, and for once he let the boy see all the way in. I was going to tell you on your 11th birthday. There are reasons it's that day and not another, and you'll understand them soon. But you didn't wait for me to be ready to tell you. You investigated. You turned the method on the one subject I never taught you to question, and you cracked it, and you did it without anger, which is the part one want you to notice about yourself, Harry. You found out your father has been keeping the largest secret of your life from you, and you didn't rage. You built a case. That's who you are. Remember it, because the world you're about to meet is going to try very hard to make you into something that rages. He paused. What's in the letter, you'll learn when you open it, and you'll be the one to open it. That part was always going to be yours. There was a game they played that was not really a game, and Bruce had learned it from no one, having invented it in self-defense against his own grief, and he gave it to Harry the way he gave him everything that had cost him, which was carefully, and with a warning. It was called, between them, the table. Bruce would set a situation, a hostage in a room, a bomb on a timer, a liar across a desk, a city with 1 ambulance and 2 disasters, and Harry would solve it, and then Bruce would change one fact and make him solve it again, and then change another, peeling the problem like an onion until the boy was operating on no information at all and had to act anyway. Because the lesson underneath all the lessons was that the world does not wait for certainty and that a detective who cannot move until he is sure is a detective who arrives after the funeral. You froze, Bruce said, the first time Harry froze. The boy was 10, the scenario had collapsed 3 facts at once and left him with nothing solid to stand on, and he had stopped, paralyzed, the way the clever are paralyzed, waiting for the data that would make the decision safe. That's the most dangerous thing you'll ever do, and you'll be tempted to do it your whole life, because you're going to be the smartest person in almost every room, and smart people freeze. They tell themselves they're thinking. They're not. They're hiding. They've made not being wrong more important than being useful, and people die in the gap. He reset the table. Again. Same scenario. You don't get more facts. You never get more facts. Decide anyway, and be ready to be wrong, and be ready to change the second the world tells you that you were. That's the whole discipline. Not certainty. Correction. The fastest correction wins. Harry learned it. It went against the grain of him, against the part that loved the closed case and the dry mat and the clean solved thing, and that was exactly why Bruce drilled it hardest, because a gift untempered by its opposite becomes a cage, and a boy who could only act when sure would be useless in the one world and dead in the other. They ran the table 1,000 times, in the cave, over breakfast, in the car, until Harry could lose every fact he had and still move, still act, still choose the least wrong door and walk through it and adjust on the far side. And once, near the end of it, Harry turned the table on his father. "Your scenario," the boy said. 11, even, the way he got when he was about to do something he'd decided was necessary. A man loses his parents in an alley. He's 8. He has all the money in the world and no one to tell him what to do with the grief. Solve it. What does he do so that 20 years later he isn't hollow? Bruce was quiet for a long moment. It was the only time in all their years at the table that he did not answer at once. He doesn't solve it, Bruce said finally. That's the trick of that one. There's no fact that makes it not have happened and no action that fills the hole. The mistake, the one I made, the one I'm still making, is treating the grief like a case, like something with a solution, like if you just work hard enough at the dark you can close it. You can't close it. You can only decide what to build next to it. He looked at his son, and let him see, for once, all the way in. I built the work. The work is good and the city's better for it and I'd do it again. But the work was never the answer to the alley, Harry. It was just the thing I put next to the hole so I wouldn't fall in. The actual answer, the only one I ever found, walked into this house in a basket when I was 26 and taught me to laugh before he could form a sentence. You don't solve the alley. You just, if you're very lucky, get given something to love that's bigger than what you lost. Most people don't get that lucky. I did. You're it. He reset the table, his voice going level again, the lesson resumed. Now. Same scenario. Different question. What does the 8-year-old need most, and who's going to give it to him, and what happens to him if no one does? Solve that one. It's the only version that matters. The magic, in those years, stopped being a separate study and became a tool on the bench beside the others. This was Bruce's doing, and it was the most radical thing he ever taught the boy, though it looked from outside like the most natural. The wizarding world, though Bruce did not yet have the word, treated magic as a category apart, a sacred and separate power with its own logic and its own priesthood. Bruce treated it as engineering with an unfamiliar substrate. It had rules, therefore it could be studied. It had inputs and outputs, therefore it could be controlled. It left a signature on his instruments, therefore it was physical, whatever the textbooks of that other world might insist, and a physical thing could be measured, and a measured thing could be mastered. So Harry learned his own power the way he learned the lathe. He learned its tolerances. He learned that a clear intention shaped it and a muddy one wasted it, that it answered to precise mental models the way the cave's machines answer to precise code, that he could do small things perfectly with almost no effort and large things at a cost that registered as fatigue, blood sugar, a measurable draw on the body that Bruce charted on the same screens he used to chart heart rate and lactate. They demystified it together, and in demystifying it they made it obey. And then, because Bruce Wayne could not look at any power without asking what it could be built into, they began to fuse it with the tools. The first hybrid was a failure that taught them everything. Harry tried to lay an intention into a batarang, a simple one, return to my hand, the way he might lean his will against a falling cup. It worked once and then the steel cracked, because the magic and the metal had no common language, no interface, nothing to carry the will across the gap from mind to matter. They studied the crack for a week. It's not the magic, Harry said finally, 11 and certain, standing over the ruined batarang in the bright room. It's the medium. I can push my intention into the air and it holds, for a second, and falls. I can push it into living things and it holds longer. But dead metal won't carry it, it's like trying to write on water. The wizards must have something. A medium that holds the intention the way a wire holds a current. The freight in the alley, the glowing jars, that's it, isn't it? That's what they're smuggling. Not magic. The medium magic runs on. Bruce looked at his son for a long moment, and then he crossed to the sealed case where the green shard had pulsed for a decade, and he keyed it open for the first time since the night he found the boy, and he set the shard on the bench between them. Then let's find out, he said, what it's a conductor for. They learned that the shard was a conductor for exactly the thing Harry could not push into steel. When the boy laid his intention against it, the green light answered, brightened, held, and kept holding, long after his attention moved on, the way a wire keeps a current after the hand leaves the switch. The medium remembered. It was not magic, it was the thing magic could be stored in, the silicon to his electricity, and once Bruce understood that, the whole architecture of the other world's power opened to him like a machine with its casing removed. This is why they smuggle it, Bruce said, turning the glowing shard in the bench light. It's not a drug and it's not a weapon. It's a substrate. Everything that world makes, every wand, every enchanted object, every working that lasts longer than a thought, it all needs a medium that will hold the intention, and the medium is rare, and rare things make markets, and markets make bodies. He set the shard down. We're not going to smuggle it. But we are going to learn to build with it. Because when you walk into that world, Harry, you are not going to walk in carrying only their tools, made their way, by their rules. You're going to walk in carrying tools no one there has ever imagined, because no one there ever thought to ask what their magic would do if a Wayne workbench got hold of it. What they built together over the following months, the boy and the man, in the bright room, would have no name in the wizarding world because the wizarding world had no concept to name it with. It was not a wand, though it could do what a wand did. It was a system. A slim case of tools, each one a marriage of Gotham engineering and that strange green medium, each one designed around a single principle the wizards had never grasped because their power had always come too easily to them to force the question, that magic, channeled through a precise instrument and a disciplined mind, did not need to be large to be decisive. It needed to be exact. There was a grapnel whose line, threaded with the medium, would not fray and could bear 10 times a steel cable's load. There were the batarangs, reforged around a filament core, that returned not by enchantment alone but by a control loop Harry could run from the back of his mind while the front of it did 6 other things. There was a smoke that, seated with the medium, did not merely blind but baffled magic itself, scattering an enemy's intention the way fog scatters light. And there was, at the center of it all, a thin black rod that an Ollivander would have wept to see, not because it was beautiful, for it was not, it was matte and industrial and utterly without romance, but because it was a wand built by someone who had never been told that a wand was supposed to be a sacred thing, and so had simply built the best one possible, the way you would build a wrench. When the school comes for you, Bruce said, the night they finished it, and it will, soon, they're going to put a wand in your hand. Their wand. Their tradition. And you're going to take it, and you're going to learn it, all of it, every spell they teach and 1,000 they don't, because the best way to be underestimated is to master the thing they think they're teaching you. He nodded at the black rod on the bench. But you'll have this. You won't show them this. This is yours. This is the one we built. When the day comes that their tradition isn't enough, and against the things I've watched bleed through the cracks for 10 years, it won't be, you'll have a tool that nobody in their world knows exists, made by the only 2 people who ever thought to ask what their magic was actually for. Harry picked up the black rod. It warmed to his hand the way the candle flame had warmed, the way the shard had answered, the way every piece of that strange medium had recognized him since the first night of his life. But this one was his, made and not merely found, and it answered to a decade of discipline rather than to a beacon he had never asked to carry. It's good, Harry said. It was the highest praise in the workshop, the only praise the workshop allowed, and Bruce had taught it to him on purpose, because a man who needs to be told he is wonderful can be controlled by anyone willing to tell him, and a man who only needs to know the work is good cannot be bought. It's good, Bruce agreed. The code was tested for the last time before Hogwarts on a wet night in the Narrows, and Harry passed it, and the passing nearly killed a man, which is the only way the code is ever truly tested. Bruce had not let him patrol. That was a line drawn early and held. The boy trained, the boy studied, the boy built, but the boy did not go out into the working dark of Gotham, because the working dark was where children died, and Bruce had buried that lesson in his own chest at 8 years old and would not exhume it. So Harry did not patrol. What Harry did, on the night everything was tested, was follow, which is a different thing only in the way a son explains it to himself. He had tracked his father's case for a week. The smuggling pipeline surfaced again, a shipment moving through a dead warehouse on the Narrows waterfront, the green glowing freight that connected, as it always connected, to the boy's own origin. He had assembled it the way he assembled everything, quietly, completely, and he had concluded, correctly, that Bruce was walking into a room with a variable in it that Bruce had not solved. And Harry, 11 years old and certain and wrong about the most important thing, which was his own permission, had gone after him. He arrived on a catwalk above the warehouse floor in time to watch it go wrong. The shipment was a trap. Not for Batman, the men below did not know Batman was coming, but for a rival crew, an ambush set by the buyer who paid in nameless gold to cut out a middleman who had grown expensive. There were a dozen men where the case had predicted 4, and they had the rival crew's 3 against a wall, and Batman had dropped into the middle of it because Batman did not walk past 3 men against a wall any more than he had walked past a basket in the snow. And now the master was outnumbered 4-1 in a kill box, fighting brilliantly, fighting the way Harry had watched him fight in 100 drills, and losing ground, because brilliance has a price in stamina and the room had more men than the brilliance could spend itself on. Harry saw the gun before Bruce did. A man on the mezzanine, opposite, in the dark, lining up a rifle on the cape below, patient, unhurried, a professional, the deadliest kind, the kind who waits for the shot rather than spraying for it. Bruce could not see him. Bruce was buried in the close work, 6 men deep. In 4 seconds the patient man would fire and Harry's father would die on a warehouse floor in the Narrows, and there was no one to stop it but a boy on a catwalk with a case of tools he had built himself and a line drawn through the center of his life. Time did the thing it does. It opened. Harry stood inside the open second and saw, with the terrible clarity Bruce had spent 11 years grinding into him, every branch of what came next. He could kill the man. It was the certain solution, and he saw it whole, the heavy batarang, the medium-threaded steel, thrown with the strength and the precision he had bled for on 100 mornings, into the base of the skull, and the patient man would never fire and Bruce would live and it would be clean and it would be sure and it would be over and Harry would have crossed the line, the first line, the line his father had drawn for him in a car in the dark when he was 8 years old, and he would never, ever be on this side of it again. Or he could trust the line. He could solve it the harder way, the way that might not work, the way that risked the one irreplaceable thing in his world on the proposition that there is always another solution if you are good enough to find it in time. He chose the line. He chose it in the open second, the way Bruce had told him you must, having drawn it long before so that he did not have to be strong in the worst moment of his life, only to have been strong once, beforehand. He did not throw at the man. He threw at the rifle, at the long barrel, a target a third the width, moving, at 40 feet, in the dark, and his whole childhood was in the throw, every bleeding morning, every drill in the blind dark, every report of pain he had learned to read instead of obey. The batarang took the rifle across the barrel a quarter second before it fired and slewed the shot wide, and the muzzle flash lit the mezzanine and showed the patient man exactly where the boy was, which was the cost, which Harry had also seen in the open second and accepted. The patient man turned the rifle on the catwalk. And Batman, freed for one instant by the wild shot that had pulled every eye, came up out of the close work and across the floor and up the wall like the thing the city was afraid of, and reached the mezzanine before the second shot, and the patient man went down under a strike that broke his arm in 2 places and his jaw in one, and did not die, because the man who threw the strike had also been raised on the line, by no one, the hard way, alone, and had drawn it for himself in an alley with pearls on the pavement and kept it for 20 years through every reason in the world to cross it. Afterward, the warehouse secured, the rival crew fled, the dozen men zip-tied for a GCPD that would find them and ask no questions. Bruce stood over his son on the catwalk and did not shout. The not shouting was worse than shouting, and they both knew it. "You disobeyed me," Bruce said. "You followed me into a live scene. You could have died. You will never do it again." He let that stand, cold and total, the operational truth, the part that had to be said first because it was true and because love that will not say the hard true thing first is not love but flattery. Then he crouched, so that his eyes were level with the boy's, and he said the other thing, the part underneath the part. "And you had the kill," he said quietly. "I saw the throw. I know what you saw before you threw it. You had me dead on that floor and the clean solution was a man's life and you chose the line instead, at 40 feet, in the dark, with my life riding on whether you were good enough to do it the hard way. You were good enough. But that's not what I'm proud of. I'm proud that in the 1 second you had, with everything to lose, you didn't even have to decide. The line was already drawn. You drew it years ago and tonight you just stood on it." His voice was not entirely steady, here, in the dark, where only the boy could hear. "That's the whole of it, Harry. That's the entire thing I've been trying to put in you since you were small enough to carry. Tonight I found out it's in there, and it held when it cost the most. You're ready. God help the world you're about to walk into, but you're ready." They found the artifact in the last unopened crate, and it changed the calculus of everything. The shipment had been freight of the usual kind, raw medium, the green glowing stuff, packed in straw and bound for the buyer who paid in gold. But the last crate was smaller, heavier, sealed not with nails but with lead and wax and a marking burned into the wood that Harry recognized before his conscious mind had finished placing it, a crest, a letter wreathed in a shape that might have been a serpent or a flame, the twin of the seal on a letter that had sat behind glass in the cave for 11 years. Bruce saw the boy go still. "Don't touch it," he said, the field voice, the operational voice. "We bag it, we take it, we open it at home, controlled." But the artifact did not wait to be touched. As Harry came near, the crate's lead seal softened of its own accord, ran like wax in sudden heat, and the lid swung up, and inside, nested in black velvet, was an object that the boy would later struggle to describe because the eye refused to hold it steady, a thing like a compass, or a watch, or an eye, a disk of dark metal with a needle that did not point north but turned, slowly, deliberately, until it pointed at Harry, and then locked there, quivering, the way the green shard had leaned toward him, the way the candle flame had leaned, the way every piece of that strange medium had recognized him since the first night of his life. But this was not raw medium. This was made. This was a working, a deliberate and ancient one, and it had been built to find something, and it had found him. The disk grew warm. A light woke in its center, the cold blue-white of the seam that had torn over Crime Alley 11 years before, and a sound came off it, very low, a single sustained note like a struck bell heard underwater, and Harry felt, for the first time in his disciplined, demystified, mastered life, the magic move in him not at his own command but in answer to a summons from outside, a hand reaching for the beacon Bruce had charted growing louder for a decade, a hand that had finally, after 11 years, found the receiver. "It's a finder," Harry said, his voice very level, the discipline holding it the way it had held him on the catwalk. "Somebody on the other side built it to locate me. The freight, the whole pipeline, it wasn't just commerce. It was a search. They've been shipping these through the door for years, scattering them, hoping one would get close enough to lock on." He looked up at his father. "It just did. They know I'm alive now. And in about a minute, when this finishes whatever it's doing, they're going to know exactly where." Bruce did not hesitate. He had planned for this hour for 11 years, he had simply not known it would arrive in a warehouse, on the night the boy first stood on the line. He took the slim black case from his belt, Harry's own tools, the ones they had built together, and he handed it to his son, and he said, "Then we don't let it tell them the where. Cut the lock. You built the smoke that baffles intention. Use it on this. Don't destroy it, we want to read it, we want to know who built it and what else they've sent. Just blind it. Now." And Harry, 11 years old, in a dead warehouse on the Narrows waterfront, did the thing that no one in the wizarding world would have thought to do because no one in the wizarding world had ever been raised to treat their own miracles as machines. He reached into the case his father had handed him, and he seeded the finder's blue light with the medium-laced smoke he had engineered for exactly this. And he watched the needle lose its certainty, watched the locked point of its attention scatter and wander, watched the struck bell note bend out of true and die. The disc went dark. The summons that had reached for him faltered, lost its grip, and let go. The beacon, for the first time in 11 years, fell silent, not because it had stopped calling, but because a boy had learned to muffle a god. He stood over the dark disk, breathing hard, the smoke curling up around them both. "They'll send another," he said. "Let them," said Bruce, and there was something almost like a smile in it, the cold private warmth he kept for the few things that had ever made him proud. "By the time they do, you'll be ready for it too. Bag the finder. We're going home." And then, Harry, he looked at his son across the dark disk and the dying smoke, in the warehouse where the boy had stood on the line and held it, "Then we wait for your birthday. Because I think your world just heard you knock. And the letter that's coming is going to be the most important piece of evidence you've ever opened." Far away, in a circular office at the top of a stone tower, a small silver instrument that had stood silent on a spindle-legged table for 11 years began, very quietly, to spin. Albus Dumbledore was awake. He was often awake, sleep, and he had reached an arrangement of mutual suspicion in his old age. He sat among the soft snores of 100 portraits of the dead, and he watched the little instrument wake from its decade of stillness, and he felt his old heart do something it had nearly forgotten how to do, which was hope. The instrument was a trace charm of his own devising, the finest he had ever made, tuned across 11 years to a single signature, the magic of one particular boy, the unrepeatable resonance left in the world by a child who had survived the unsurvivable. For 11 years it had pointed at nothing, because the boy had been nowhere the charm could reach, lost behind a torn place in the world that no working could cross. And now it spun, and steadied, and pointed, faint, impossibly faint, at the very edge of detection, but unmistakable, the resonance he had despaired of ever feeling again. The boy was alive. The boy's magic had bloomed at last, grown strong enough to cry out across whatever distance had swallowed it. Somewhere, the charm could not yet say where, only that, Harry Potter had come of age. Dumbledore sat for a long time with that, an old man alone among sleeping portraits, and let himself feel, just once, the relief of a guilt 11 years carried. He had not failed the boy after all. The child had survived, somehow, somewhere, and now the survival was reaching back toward the world it belonged to, and Dumbledore's long and patient watch had been rewarded exactly as patience is supposed to be. He did not feel the other thing. He could not have. The charm told him the boy was alive and the boy's magic was strong, it could not tell him that the strength was disciplined, that the boy had spent his 11 years not lost and frightened in some muggle gutter but forged, deliberately, by a man who had taught him before all else to investigate the people who decided his fate. The charm could not show him a warehouse on a far waterfront, or a finder's needle scattered by engineered smoke, or a boy who had already learned to muffle a summons that an old wizard believed was a homecoming. The charm showed him only what he had built it to show, which was what he wanted, and Albus Dumbledore had spent his whole long life learning, and forgetting, and learning again, that the most dangerous lie is the one you want to believe. He rose. He went to his desk. He drew a sheet of heavy parchment toward him, and dipped his quill, and in the looping, old-fashioned hand that a man 4,000 miles away would recognize at a single glance, having stared at its twin behind glass for 11 years, he began to write. It would take the school's owl some days to find the boy, longer than usual, for the address resolved to somewhere the registry had never recorded and the magic had to feel its way. But the letters of Hogwarts had never yet failed to reach a child who was meant to receive one, and they would not fail now. The first of them was already, in the way of such things, on its way. Harry Potter was coming home. Albus Dumbledore was certain of it. He had no idea that the boy had been home for 11 years, in a city he had never heard of, with a father he would never have chosen, and that when the two of them finally stood in the same room, it would not be the old man who explained the world to the boy. It would be the boy who explained the old man to himself. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. The letter. The owl arrived on the morning of the 31st of July, which was the day they had decided, 11 years before, to call Harry's birthday, the anniversary of the night he fell out of the sky, and it arrived in the manner the wizarding world considered ordinary and the manner considered a security breach. It came down the great chimney of the study in a controlled fall of soot and feathers, a tawny owl with a letter clamped in its beak and an air of enormous put-upon dignity, and it landed on the back of Bruce Wayne's reading chair, and it found itself, within 1½ seconds, the most thoroughly targeted bird in the history of Gotham. The manor's defenses were not ceremonial. Bruce had spent 11 years preparing for the day the other world reached through the wall, and the study alone held countermeasures that 3 governments would have classified. Concealed emitters woke. A pulse that should have scrambled any transmitter on the eastern seaboard washed across the room. The owl ruffled its feathers, entirely unbothered, and hooted, because it was not a transmitter and ran on nothing the emitters knew how to interrupt. "Stand down," Harry said. He was standing in the doorway, 11 years old that morning, already dressed though the hour was barely past dawn, because he had known the letter was coming the way you know a held breath must end. He crossed the study with the unhurried economy Bruce had spent a childhood teaching him, and he stopped an arm's length from the bird, and he looked at it the way he looked at everything, for the thing that did not fit. Everything did not fit. That was the point of it. The owl's eyes held an attention no owl's eyes should hold. The letter in its beak was the heavy cream-colored notepaper he had studied behind glass since before he could read, sealed with the wreathed letter crest he had seen burned into a crate in a warehouse 2 weeks before. And the address on the front, in the looping old-fashioned hand, did the thing that finally made the boy's pulse change, just slightly, just once. It was not addressed to a house, or a town, or a country. Mr. H. Wayne, it read. The cave beneath the manor. Harry held very still. Beside him, Bruce had gone the particular kind of motionless that in him meant the highest alarm. "They don't know my name," Harry said quietly. "Not the one I use. They wrote Wayne. That's yours. That's the one you invented for the documents Alfred forged 11 years ago. The Wizarding Registry can't have that, it's a Gotham legal fiction, it exists in 3 American databases and nowhere else." He studied the impossible address. "And they know about the cave. Not that I live at the manor. That I live in the cave beneath it. There is exactly one way to know both of those facts, Dad, and it isn't a registry, and it isn't a spy, because nobody's been inside our defenses. The letter doesn't know where to send itself. The letter feels where I am, and writes down what it finds, and what it found is a boy named Wayne who lives in a cave. It's not addressed by a person. It's addressed by the magic. Which means," he looked up, "no one on the other end actually knows who I've become. They know a signature woke up. They don't know it grew up in your house. We still have that. That's still ours. They did not open it at once. They processed it. This was the discipline, and the discipline did not pause for sentiment, not even on a morning 11 years in the coming." Harry photographed the letter from 6 angles, as Bruce had photographed a basket once. They scanned the notepaper and found the same fibers that fluoresced into half-words, the same impossible metals in the ink, the same second signature hidden beneath the wax seal. The letter's maker had left a mark below the visible mark, and Harry, who had grown up with the twin of this seal behind glass, resolved the hidden layer at last on the cave's instruments and found in it a single sigil, a personal sign, the autograph of the hand that had sealed both letters. "Same maker," he said. "The one who sealed the letter you found me with 11 years ago sealed this one. Same hand. Same person. He's still there, still doing this, still the one who decides which children get which letters. Harry set the two seals side by side on the screen, the old and the new, 11 years apart, identical. I've been looking at half this man's signature my whole life, Dad. Now I've got the other half. I just don't have his name yet. You will, Bruce said. Open it. It's yours to open. It always was. So Harry opened it, in the cave, on his 11th birthday, with his father beside him and the old man Alfred standing at the rail above with a stillness that for once held no dryness at all. He broke the wax he had been forbidden, gently, to break on the older letter, the wax that had waited 11 years for exactly this hand, and he unfolded the heavy knot paper, and he read aloud, in the cold breath of the underground river, the words that the wizarding world sent to every child it claimed. It was, on its face, an invitation. A school. A list of equipment, robes, a cauldron, a wand, books with titles that an ordinary boy would have read with wonder and that Harry read with a detective's flat attention, cataloging each one as a data point about a society that taught its children these particular things in this particular order. There was a name at the bottom, 2 names, the signatures of the people who ran the place, and Harry's eyes went to them the way a hunter's eye goes to movement. Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. He filed it. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. The cave was very quiet. Harry did not react. That was the thing Bruce would remember, telling it to Alfred later in the voice he kept for the few things that had ever moved him, that the boy read the name of the man who had thrown him away, the name attached at last to the hand he had studied behind glass his whole life, and he did not flinch, did not pale, did not so much as change the rhythm of his breath. He simply looked at it. And then he crossed the cave to the evidence racks, 3rd case from the left, and he keyed open the glass that had stood between him and the original letter for 11 years, and he took it out, and he laid the 2 documents side by side, the letter that had been meant to leave him on a doorstep, and the letter that had finally found him in a cave, and he matched the hidden sigil beneath both seals, and the looping hand of both addresses, and he closed the case at the level of certainty he had been raised never to fall short of. Albus Dumbledore, Harry said. He said it the way you name a suspect when the case is closed, without heat, with the cold completeness that is far worse than heat. The man who runs the school is the man who sealed the basket. He's the one who decided where I went. He wrote my relative's address on the night my parents died, Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, Privet Drive, and he sealed me up with a letter and arranged for me to be left on their step. Not raised by him. Not kept. Left. Like the freight. Like a parcel with the postage prepaid. He looked up, and his green eyes in the blue light of the cave were perfectly, terribly level. And now the same hand writes to invite me to his school. As if the first letter never happened. As if he gets to be the one who welcomes me home. A pause. He doesn't know I have the first letter. He doesn't know I've had 11 years to read it. He thinks he's writing to a lost boy who'll be grateful. Bruce came and stood beside his son and looked down at the 2 letters, the abandonment and the invitation, 11 years apart, the same hand on both. What do you want to do? He asked. Not what should we do. Not here's the plan. What do you want to do? Because the boy was 11 and it was his life and his abandonment and his choice, and Bruce Wayne had spent a childhood making certain that this, of all the moments, would be the boy's own. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Above them the bats turned in the dark. I want to go, he said at last. Not because he invited me. Because that's where the answers are. The door I came through, the world the freight comes from, the bodies in the marketplace you've watched for 10 years, the man who decided I was disposable, all of it is on the other side of this letter. If I don't go, I spend my life knowing there was a room with all my answers in it and I stayed home because I was afraid of the man holding the door. He folded the invitation, precisely, along its original creases. So I'll go. On my terms. As what you made me, not what he expects. I'll walk into his school the way you walk into a building you don't trust, knowing every exit, reading every face, letting him think he's teaching me right up until the day I show him exactly how much I already learned. He looked at his father. I'm not going home, Dad. I have a home. I'm going undercover into the place that threw me away, and I'm going to find out everything, and then I'm going to come back here, where I'm actually from. Bruce looked at his son for a long moment, and then he did a thing he did perhaps twice a year, and never lightly. He put his hand on the back of the boy's neck, the way his own father had once done, the oldest gesture of fathers, and he drew him in until their foreheads nearly touched. That, he said, "Lo, is the smartest answer you've ever given me. Go. Find out everything." And Harry, the field voice now, the operational voice, but warmer than the field had ever heard it, the line goes with you. Everything else you can adapt. The locks, the languages, the lies, the wand they hand you, all of it, bend it however the work needs. But the line we drew in the car when you were 8 does not bend, not in their world, not for their war, not for anything that world throws at you. Promise me that one thing and I'll let you walk through that door. I promise, Harry said. And because he had been raised by a man who taught him that a promise is a fact you make true with your hands, he meant it the way Bruce had meant it on the night he said I can't leave you, completely, with no exit built in. The line goes with me. Then happy birthday, said Bruce Wayne, to the son who had fallen out of the sky into his arms 11 years before. Let's go shopping. The letter had included instructions for reaching the Wizarding World's American outpost, but Harry did not trust instructions written by a society he was investigating, so he and Bruce reached it the way Bruce reached everything, by triangulation. They had 11 years of data on the freight pipeline, they had the dead drop of nameless gold, the docks where ordinary smuggling stopped and impossible cargo began. Harry overlaid the school's instructions on his father's decade of maps, found the 3 points where they agreed, and walked into the hidden market not through its front door but along its supply line, the way a detective enters a house through the question of how the groceries get in. The entrance, when they found it, was a defunct customs house on the harbor's edge, and the Wizarding World's idea of security made Harry's jaw tighten with something between contempt and pity. There was a charm on the door that turned ordinary eyes aside. There was nothing at all that would stop a person who knew the charm was there and had been trained since the age of 5 to act against the direction his own attention was being pushed. There was a doorman, an old wizard dozing on a stool, who checked nothing, because the charm did his checking for him, because the Wizarding World had grown so accustomed to its own concealment that it had forgotten concealment is not the same as defense. Harry walked past him reading the man's entire morning off the stains on his robes and the wear on his stool, and stepped into a world. He had braced himself to be amazed. He had decided, in advance, with the discipline that governed everything, that he would permit himself to be amazed for exactly as long as it took to catalogue the amazement, and then he would go back to work. The market sprawled before him, a crooked street of leaning shops under a sky that was not the sky outside, lit by lamps that burned without fuel and signs that wrote themselves, thronged with people in robes buying things that should not exist, and Harry stood at the mouth of it and let himself feel the wonder, once, cleanly, the way Bruce had taught him to feel everything once and then put it where it belonged. And then he went to work, and the wonder became data, and the data told him things the wizards did not know they were saying. He read the economy off the shop windows in 90 seconds, a society on a closed currency, gold and silver and bronze in a fixed irrational ratio that no one had updated in centuries, which meant a society that did not trade with the world outside, which meant a society that had no external check on its own prices or its own ideas, an island that had been drinking its own water for so long it no longer knew the taste. He read the security off the bank that crowned the street, a great white building that announced its defenses in carved warnings on its doors, and he understood at a glance that a society which carves its security into a threat at the entrance is a society that has never met an enemy who reads, that relies on fear and reputation in place of the dull patient locks that actually stop a thief. He read the people, the way they moved, the way they deferred, the way certain robes parted certain crowds, and he mapped the whole hierarchy of blood and gold and name before he had spoken to a single one of them, the way he had once mapped a hierarchy off a newspaper photograph at a breakfast table. "They're not stupid," Bruce murmured beside him. He had come through disguised, a tall foreign businessman, unremarkable, reading the same street through different eyes and reaching, as he always did, a compatible conclusion. "Don't make that mistake. Look again." "I'm not," Harry said. They're not stupid. They're unchallenged. It's different. Every lock here is good enough to stop the last thief they had, and they've never had a new kind of thief, so they stopped improving the lock centuries ago. It's the most powerful society I've ever seen and the most fragile, both at once, because power that's never been tested doesn't know where it's weak. He nodded at the bank. That building could stop any wizard alive. It couldn't stop us for an afternoon. And the gap between those two facts is the whole story of this world, and the man who runs it from a tower doesn't see the gap, because he grew up inside it, the way a fish doesn't see water. He filed the bank, the market, the closed currency, the carved threats. This is a world that has never once been investigated by someone who wasn't already part of it. I'm the first. That's the advantage. They'll never expect it because they don't know it's a thing that can happen to them. The wand shop was the one place that made him revise his estimate. It stood narrow and dim between a robe maker and an apothecary, a single faded wand on a faded cushion in the window, and the moment Harry crossed the threshold the cave's instruments in his pocket, the discreet sensors he carried everywhere, mapping the medium's signature the way other people breathe, went wild. The whole shop was saturated with it. 10,000 narrow boxes climbed the walls into a dust-furred dark, and every one of them sang, faintly, with the green resonance he had spent his childhood learning to read, the substrate his magic ran on, refined and shaped and waiting. He had thought he understood the medium. He had built tools from a single shard. Here was a temple of it, and for the first time the wizarding world made him feel not the investigator's cool advantage but something older and stranger, the sense of standing in a place that had been doing this since long before Gotham had a name. Curious, said a voice, and an old man stood among the boxes who had not been there a moment before, pale, wide-eyed, with the unblinking attention of someone who looked at people the way Harry looked at evidence. Ollivander. The sign said so, the man embodied it. I have wondered, these 11 years, where you had got to. The whole of our world wondered. And here you are, walked in out of the morning, and not from where any of us were looking. His silver eyes moved over the boy, and over the tall foreign businessman behind him, and back. You do not feel like a lost child, mister, the faintest pause, Wayne, the letter said. Though that is not the name your mother gave you. You feel like something the world has not made before. That is rare. I have sold wands for a great many years, and the truly new is very rare. You knew my mother, Harry said. It was not a question, the man had said your mother with a weight that carried the whole sentence inside it. I sold her wand. 10 1/4 inches, willow, swishy, very good for charm work. The old eyes softened by a degree no instrument could have measured. And his. And, I am sorry to say, the one that did the thing that was done to them. I remember every wand I have ever sold, Mr. Wayne. It is my gift and it is my burden, and tonight, I think, it is yours to carry too, because you have your mother's eyes and you walked in from a direction that does not exist, and a man who can do that is going to need a very particular wand indeed. What followed should have taken an afternoon and took, instead, the better part of 2 hours, because wand after wand refused him, not failed, refused, recoiled, sat dead in his hand or worse, sparked wrong, and Ollivander grew first delighted and then, slowly, something like awed, piling the boxes higher around them, muttering, tricky, very tricky, the way a chess master mutters at a board that has stopped being a lesson and become a fight. And Harry, who demystified everything, found that he could not quite demystify this, that the wands were reading him, sorting him, and that he could feel the sorting, a series of doors opening onto rooms inside himself and closing again because the room was not the right one. The wand that chose him came from the very back, from a box so dust-furred that Ollivander hesitated before he drew it down. I had thought, the old man said slowly, never to sell this one. I have wondered, these 11 years, whether I ought to have made it at all. Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches, nice and supple. The phoenix who gave the feather in this wand gave one other feather, and one only, in all the long years I have known him. The wand that holds the brother feather, his pale eyes met the boy's, and for one moment the dust and the dimness fell away and the shop was very cold, is the wand that gave you that scar, Mr. Wayne. It is a strange thing, that these two should be brothers. Stranger still that the one should come looking for the boy the other tried to kill. The wand chooses, you understand. I do not pretend to know what it means that this one chooses you. Only that it does. Harry took it, and the green resonance he had spent his life learning to control rose up the length of his arm and met him, not as a summons from outside, the way the finder in the warehouse had reached for him, but as recognition, as a handshake, as a thing answering a thing. Warmth ran the room. A spill of light, red and gold, broke from the wand's tip and hung in the dim air like a held breath, and for the length of it Harry forgot, entirely, to catalogue the wonder, and simply stood inside it, an 11-year-old boy in a shop full of singing dust, holding for the first time a thing from his own world that knew him. Then the light faded, and the discipline came back, and Harry was again what he had been raised to be. But he had felt it. He filed it where he filed the few things too large to dismiss, that this world was not only fragile and unchallenged and ripe for a detective's cold eye. That it was also, in its dust and its temples and its singing wood, genuinely a place of wonders, and that his mother had stood in this shop once and chosen willow, and that the man who killed her had chosen a wand whose brother had just chosen him, and that some things do not reduce to inputs and outputs no matter how disciplined the mind that studies them. "Thank you," Harry said, and meant it, and Ollivander inclined his head as though something had passed between them that closed an 11-year-old account of his own. Outside, Bruce said nothing for half a block. "Then, you felt that?" "I felt that," Harry agreed. "It doesn't change anything. It's still a tool. It's still a world I'm investigating." A pause. "But I'm going to keep 2 wands now, Dad. Theirs, and the one we built. Because that one in the shop, that's the first thing this world ever handed me that wasn't trying to use me. I want to find out if there are others. People, I mean. Not wands. People who'll hand me something without a hook in it." He looked back once at the dim shop. "There must be a few. Even here. Even in a world the headmaster runs like a chessboard. I'd like to find them before he tells them what I'm supposed to be." The bank confirmed the second half of what he had come to learn, which was the matter of who he had been before he was a Wayne. They went because the letter's equipment list cost the closed currency Harry did not have, and because a vault, Bruce had taught him, is the most honest document a person ever signs. Money does not lie about what a family valued, only people do. The bank's keepers were a folk the boy catalogued in a glance and then deliberately treated with a courtesy the wizards in the lobby plainly did not, because contempt is a tell and respect is a tool and a detective spends both deliberately. A key was required. Harry did not have a key. He had, instead, his mother's eyes and a scar a great many people in that lobby kept stealing glances at, and when he gave the name the letter had not used, Potter, he said, quietly, the first time in his life he had said it aloud, a stillness moved through the bank's keepers that told him the name still meant something here, still moved levers, still opened doors. It opened this one. There was a vault, it transpired, that had waited 11 years as patiently as the trace charm in the tower, the vault of a family that the wizarding world believed extinct but for one lost son, and the lost son was standing at the counter with his mother's eyes, and the keepers, who answered to gold and not to headmasters, took him down to it. What was in the vault did not surprise him. Bruce was wealthy past the dreams of this small closed economy. A heap of wizarding gold changed nothing about Harry's circumstances and he had known it would not. He took what the equipment list required and not 1 coin more, because a man who takes only what he needs cannot be accused of greed and cannot be controlled by the threat of losing more, and he had been raised by a man who understood that the appearance of disinterest is the strongest position at any table. But there was a second thing in the vault, and the second thing did surprise him, a little, in the place under the discipline that Alfred had spent a childhood keeping alive. There was a photograph. It moved, the way the photographs of this world moved, a loop of a moment caught and kept breathing, a man with messy black hair and glasses, laughing, an arm around a woman with dark red hair and green eyes, Harry's eyes, exactly Harry's eyes, and the woman was holding a baby, and the baby had a tuft of black hair and was reaching, both hands, for the man's glasses, and all 3 of them, the man and the woman and the child, were laughing in a kitchen full of afternoon light, 11 years. And one torn world away. Harry looked at it for a long time. The vault was very quiet, the keeper waiting at a discreet distance with the patience of his kind. "That's them," he said. He did not phrase it as a question. He had his mother's eyes, he had matched 100 harder things off 100 grainier images, there was no doubt to investigate. "That's the kitchen. There's a kitchen in my dream. The green light comes after the kitchen." He did not say the rest of it. The rest of it was that the kitchen in the photograph had the same quality of light as Alfred's kitchen in the manor, the same afternoon warmth, the one room in any house where a child learns that the small repeated acts of care are the substance of love, and that he had been loved in 2 kitchens now, the one he could not remember and the one he could, and that the man who sealed the basket had taken him out of the first and tried to leave him in a house with no warm kitchen at all. He took the photograph. It was the only thing beyond the equipment money that he removed from the vault, and he wrapped it with a care that had nothing of the detective in it. "You don't have to put that one in evidence," Bruce said quietly, beside him. "I know," Harry said. "I'm not going to. This one's not a clue." He looked at the laughing kitchen one more time before he closed it away against his chest. "He had this," he said, and there was, for just a moment, something under the level voice, something 11 years old. Dumbledore. He knew this existed. He knew I had a kitchen and a mother with my eyes and a father who liked to be laughed at, and he had a whole vault full of it 11 years from a boy who'd never seen it, and he decided the right place for that boy was a doorstep in Surrey with relatives who hated the woman in this picture. The thing under his voice went away, folded down, filed where it belonged. "I wanted to investigate him without anger, Dad. I said that. I meant it. I'm still going to." A pause. "But I want it on the record, with you, just once, that there's a reason it would be easy not to." Bruce put his hand on the back of the boy's neck, in the vault, in the deep of a bank in a hidden world, and held it there a moment. "It's on the record," he said. "And the fact that you want it on the record instead of letting it run you, that's the whole game, Harry. That's everything. Keep it on the record. Keep it where you can see it. The day it goes underground and starts driving without you watching, that's the day you've lost, no matter what else you win." He let go. "Now. We have a train to catch, apparently, from a platform that according to this list does not entirely exist." The bookshop taught him the last thing he needed, which was what the wizarding world believed about him, and it was stranger than anything the bank or the wand shop had shown. It was a towering, teetering place, books to the rafters, and Harry went through it the way he went through a suspect's apartment, fast and systematic, building a profile of a society from the things it chose to print. He read the schoolbooks first and learned a curriculum, he read the histories next and learned something far more useful, which was the society's image of itself, the story it told its children about who they were and who their enemies had been. And in the recent histories, the ones that covered the war that had ended 11 years before, he found himself. Not Harry Wayne. Harry Potter. The boy who lived. There were chapters on him, on a baby he could not remember being, in a war he had ended before he could walk, the only person ever to survive a curse that killed without fail, the infant whose survival had broken a dark lord and saved a world. There were illustrations, none of which looked like him. There was a whole mythology, grown up around an empty space, around a child who had vanished the same night he became a legend, and the mythology had simply closed over the absence and kept going, because a society needs its symbols more than it needs them to be true. Harry stood in the aisle and read about himself with the flat attention he gave to everything, and felt the strangest thing he had felt in a strange day, not vanity, which his father had trained out of him before he could spell it, but a cold clear understanding of the trap. They had built a costume for him 11 years before he arrived. The lost orphan, the brave little symbol, the savior come home, it was all here, printed, distributed, believed, waiting. The moment anyone learned his other name, this was the shape they would force him into, and it would be very hard to be a detective inside a legend, because a legend is the opposite of a detective, a legend is a thing people stop investigating. Useful, he murmured, and bought the histories along with the schoolbooks, because a man should always carry the lie that's been written about him where he can study it. A witch at the counter, ringing up his stack, glanced at the histories and then, with the bright and curious friendliness of someone making small talk, said, "Doing a project on the Potter boy, are you? Half the children your age are. Tragic, that. Vanished, you know. Some say Dumbledore hid him away somewhere safe, bless him. Some say worse." She wrapped the books. "Funny to think he'd be just your age now, if he's anywhere at all. You'd have been at school together." "We might have been," Harry agreed pleasantly, and paid in the gold he'd taken only as much of as he needed, and gave her nothing, and carried the story of himself out into the crooked street where his father waited. "They wrote you apart," Bruce said, when he saw the histories. He had reached the same conclusion from the same shelf, he always did. 11 years ago. They've been holding it open. "They have," Harry said. "The lost savior. The grateful symbol. It's a good costume, it'd open every door in this world and shut down every suspicion. Nobody investigates a legend." He looked back once at the bookshop. "Which is exactly why I'm never going to wear it. Dumbledore's going to want me to be the boy who lived, because a symbol is something you can aim. I'm going in as a nobody named Wayne, and I'm going to stay a nobody as long as I can, because the most powerful position in any room is the one nobody's watching." He almost smiled. They spent 11 years writing a part for a boy who was never going to show up to play it. Let them keep holding it open. I've got my own. The platform did exist, after a fashion, and reaching it required an ocean crossing the wizards would have made by means Harry declined to use, preferring his father's jet and a private investigation of London on the way, because a detective does not enter a new theatre of operations through the door the locals expect him to use. So it was that on the 1st of September, Harry stood on a crowded English platform between numbers 9 and 10, in front of a brick barrier that the equipment list claimed was a wall and the cave's instruments claimed was a door, and beside him stood not a tearful guardian seeing off a frightened child but Bruce Wayne, in a plain dark coat, reading the crowd of wizarding families with the same eyes he read everything, and Alfred, who had insisted on coming, who stood very straight and said very little and wore, despite the September warmth, a pair of badly stitched fingerless gloves whose left hand ran too hot. "Last review," Bruce said, low, under the noise of the platform. It was the field voice, the operational voice, the one that meant the briefing before the door. "Tell me the mission. Go in as a student. Be exactly as good as I have to be and no better, let them teach me, let them think the teaching is taking. Map the school, the staff, the power structure. Find the door my world's freight comes through and the hand on the other side of it. Find Dumbledore's actual game, not the one he performs. Find the few people in there worth knowing before he tells them what I'm supposed to be." Harry recited it the way he had recited the mission on 100 mornings, even, complete. "Investigate without anger. Keep it on the record. And, Bruce said. "The line goes with me," Harry finished. "It doesn't bend. Not for their war. Not for anything. The line goes with you," Bruce agreed. And then he set the briefing down, and was, for one moment on a crowded platform, simply a father sending his son somewhere he could not follow. "You're going to be the strangest thing that school has ever admitted, Harry. A boy who was supposed to arrive lost and arrives prepared. They're going to spend a year trying to figure out what you are, and they're going to get it wrong, all of them, the headmaster most of all, because none of them can imagine the one true answer, which is that somewhere across a torn world there's a city that found you in the snow, and a man who decided to keep you, and that you already have everything they think they're about to give you." His voice did not waver and his eyes did not leave his son's. "Come home at Christmas. Call before that. And if at any point that world reaches for you the way the finder reached for you in the warehouse, if anyone, headmaster or otherwise, tries to take you back off a doorstep, you remember the law I made when you were 7. There is no doorstep anywhere I will not come and take you off of. Not in this world. Not in that one. Test it if you ever doubt it. I will be there before the door finishes opening. Harry, who did not embrace easily, who had been raised in a house where love was spoken in eggs after bleeding mornings and gloves that ran too hot, stepped into his father and held on, once, hard, the way he had held on to the pointed ear of a cowl in the snow 11 years before. Bruce held him back. Over the boy's shoulder, Alfred turned to study the brick barrier with sudden great interest, and pressed the back of one too-hot glove, very briefly, against his eyes. Go on, Bruce said, releasing him. Make them wonder. And Harry, the cold private warmth, the proudest he had ever been of anyone, be good. You already know what that costs. Spend it anyway. Harry took up his trolley. He looked once at his father and once at the old man and once at the brick barrier that his instruments told him was a door, and then he did the thing he had been raised to do, which was to walk without hesitation into a wall that everyone around him insisted could not be passed. He passed it. The platform on the other side opened around him, scarlet engine and white steam and 1,000 children being sent into a world he had come to take apart, and Harry Wayne, Harry Potter, the boy who fell out of the sky, the one the cave found and the bat forged, settled the slim black case more securely against his side, the case that held 2 wands and a photograph of a kitchen full of afternoon light, and walked forward into the steam, under cover at last, in the world that had thrown him away and did not yet know it had taught its enemy to read. Behind him, on a platform in an ordinary city, 2 men he could not see watched the place where he had vanished into the wall, and did not leave it, for a long time. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the world he returns to. He chose his compartment the way he chose everything, for the angles. Third carriage, rear-facing seat, back to the engine so the corridor ran toward him and not away, a window that showed the platform and a door that showed the corridor, and from that seat, in the first 20 minutes of the journey, Harry Wayne mapped the social architecture of the next 7 years of his life. He watched the families say goodbye on the platform and learned more from the partings than any directory could have told him. He learned which children were sent off with fear and which with expectation, which surnames made the crowd part and which made it close ranks, which mothers wept and which inspected their sons' robes for correctness as though correctness were a kind of armor, which in this world it evidently was. By the time the engine pulled away he had a working chart of the wizarding aristocracy and its anxieties, and he had not yet spoken to a soul. The first to find him was a girl, and she found him because she was looking for competence and recognized it across a moving train. She arrived in his doorway already mid-sentence, a round-faced boy in tow who had lost something, and she was bossy and breathless and her arms were full of more books than the first-year list required, and Harry catalogued her in the first 3 seconds, read everything, trusts the rules because the rules have always rewarded her, frightened underneath in the specific way of a clever child who has learned that being clever is the only thing that makes the others tolerate her, and then she opened her mouth and said something precise and correct about the spell she was trying, and Harry revised the catalogue, because the precision was real and the correctness was earned, and earned competence was the rarest currency he knew. You're doing it wrong, he said, not unkindly. Not the wand movement. The intention. You're saying the words at the spell instead of meaning the thing the words are for. Stop reciting and decide what you actually want to happen, exactly, in detail, and then the words are just the trigger. He had learned this in a cave from a green shard before he could have spelled the word incantation, and he watched the girl, Hermione, she'd said, the name fired off like a credential, take the correction, test it against her enormous reading, find that it fit, and look at him with the first genuine attention he'd received from anyone his own age. That's not in any of the books, she said. It was an accusation and a question and, underneath, a request. No, Harry agreed. It isn't. And he let it sit there, the fact that he knew something the books did not, because he had decided already that this one was worth the long game. She would spend the year unable to leave that fact alone, and an ally who cannot stop investigating you is an ally who will eventually know you, and Harry had told his father he wanted to find the few people worth knowing, and the method for finding them, it turned out, was the same method as everything. You offered them a true thing they couldn't get anywhere else, and you watched who came back for more of the truth and who came back for more of you. The others arranged themselves around him over the long ride north the way iron filings arrange around a magnet they have not yet noticed. A red-haired boy, Ron, all hand-me-downs and a smudge on his nose, who came in defensive and stayed when Harry declined to look down on the hand-me-downs, because Harry had been raised by an old man who taught him that a person's worth is never in their robes. Harry filed him as loyal, untested, valuable precisely because he wanted nothing, which in the calculus Bruce had drilled made him the rarest kind of safe. A pale boy, Draco, who arrived with two larger boys flanking him like furniture and offered Harry his hand and a sorting of the world into the right sort and the wrong sort, and Harry read the whole of him in a glance, frightened, performing, repeating a father's lines he did not entirely believe, dangerous not from strength but from the particular cruelty of a child terrified of being found weak, and declined the hand without insult, because you do not make an enemy you have correctly diagnosed as someone else's puppet, you keep the line to the puppeteer open and you wait. You'll find, Draco said, stiff with the rejection, that some wizarding families are better than others, Wayne. You don't want to go making friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there. I'm sure you could, Harry said pleasantly. Tell me, the families that are better than others. Better at what, specifically? I ask because I like to be precise, and better is the kind of word people use when they'd rather not be. He smiled, and the smile was warm and gave nothing, and Draco, who had expected either gratitude or a fight and received instead a question he could not answer, retreated in confusion to think about it, which was exactly where Harry wanted him, thinking, off balance, a thread left open. He clocked the staff before he ever reached the castle, from the prefect's gossip and the older students' complaints, building the org chart of his new theater the way he'd build any. And he clocked the one he would need to watch on the very first night, in the very first hall, across the length of the room, in a single exchange of eyes. The sorting was a piece of theater Harry appreciated as theater, a frayed old hat that read minds and sang, a clever bit of soft power that let the school feel chosen rather than sorted, that turned 11-year-olds into partisans of a house before they'd learned a single spell, dividing the student body against itself so thoroughly that it would never unite against the people who ran it. He admired the design even as he catalogued its purpose. Then they called his name, Wayne, the deputy headmistress read, frowning faintly at a list that should have said something else, and he sat, and the hat came down over his eyes, and for the first time since the wand shop the boy met something in this world he could not entirely outthink. Well, said a small voice inside his head, and Harry did not startle, because he had spent 11 years learning not to, but he marked at once that the thing was real and that it was reading him, and he set about, calmly, reading it back. Now this is something I have not had under me in 1,000 years. Let me look at you. Oh, my. They told the world you were lost, boy. They did not tell the world you were forged. You read minds, Harry thought at it, precise, unhurried. So you're a censor. Tell me what you are before you tell me where I go. What made you, who controls you, and whether anything you learn from me reaches anyone else. The hat made a sound that might have been a laugh. Suspicious. Good. The last one who interrogated me before letting me speak was a girl 400 years dead, and she founded a house on exactly that quality. No, child, what I see stays with me. I am old magic, not a spy. The headmaster cannot hear me, whatever he hopes. You may put that worry down. Then sort me, Harry thought, and tell me your reasoning, because I'll want to check it. There's the trouble, said the hat. There's plenty of courage, you do for the lions, you've a code you die on and that's their whole song. There's loyalty, fierce, narrow, aimed at exactly 2 men and an old butler, the badgers would take you and you'd never let them down. There's a mind on you I have not weighed the equal of in an age, Ravenclaw is purring, boy, it wants you badly. And there's ambition, oh yes, cold and shaped and patient, the will to walk into a world that wronged you and take it apart with your hands. Slytherin is the obvious answer and we both know it. You are, inconveniently, all 4. You were built to be all 4. The man who raised you would not let you be less. The hat was quiet a moment. So I shall not choose for you. That would be a kindness to me and an insult to him. Where do you mean to do your work, Harry Wayne? Tell me the house and tell me why, and I shall agree with you, because for once the choosing is genuinely yours. Harry thought about it for the length of 3 breaths, the way he thought about everything, fast, complete, the branches laid out and walked. Put me with the lions, he thought. Not because I'm bravest. Because Slytherin is what Dumbledore will expect, and what Draco's father will recruit, and what the whole school will use to sort me into a story before I've spoken. The brave house is the one no one will believe holds a detective. They'll underestimate a lion. And the boy they all think they're getting, the lost orphan, the brave little symbol, that's the costume that lets me work. Put me where I'll be most underestimated. That's the house I'll get the most done in. The hat was silent for a moment longer than it had been silent for anyone that night. He did build you well, it said at last, almost gently. Mind the cost, child. A boy who chooses his house for the camouflage is a boy who has already decided to spend his life wearing one. There is a price to never being seen. Your father paid it. See that you don't pay it past what the work requires. And then, aloud, to the waiting hall, in the great voice that had named 1,000 years of children, Gryffindor. He read the staff table during the feast the way he had once read a newspaper photograph, and 3 faces returned data worth keeping. The first was a sallow man in black with lank hair and the still, contained posture of someone who had spent decades not showing what he felt, and who failed, for exactly 1 second, when his black eyes found Harry across the hall. The feeling that crossed the man's face was not hatred, though it wore hatred's clothes. Harry, who had been raised by a behavioral analyst's pupil and had become his teacher, read underneath it in the single second it was visible, old grief, dressed as contempt, aimed at Harry and through Harry at someone Harry resembled. He's looking at my father, Harry understood, my real one, the one in the photograph, the one with the glasses I'm reaching for. He hated him, or loved someone he lost to him, and I've walked in wearing the man's face and my mother's eyes. He filed the sallow man, Snape, the prefect supplied, as a hostile of a particular and useful kind, one whose hostility was a wound, not a strategy, and wounds could be understood, and a thing understood was a thing managed. The second face gave him almost nothing, and that was the data. A nervous young man in a great absurd turban, stammering, flinching, performing a timidity so complete that it filled the space where a person should have been, and Harry's instruments, the discreet sensors he never traveled without, stirred against his chest as the man passed, registering the green resonance of the medium, faint and wrong and doubled, as though the turbaned man carried something, or someone, that the readings could not cleanly separate from himself. 2 signatures in one body. Harry did not stare. He looked away, deliberately, the way he had been taught to look away from the thing that mattered most, and he filed the stammering professor under the coldest and most careful heading he had, not what he performs. He smells like the freight. There are 2 of him. The third face was watching him. At the center of the staff table, in a great carved chair, sat an old man with silver hair and a beard tucked into his belt and half-moon spectacles, and behind the spectacles a pair of pale blue eyes rested on Harry with an expression of such warmth, such gentle and grandfatherly welcome, such evident relief, that Harry understood at once it was the most dangerous face in the room. Albus Dumbledore looked at the boy he had abandoned as though looking upon a long-lost grandson restored, and Harry looked back across the hall and let his own face do the thing it had been trained to do, which was to give the watcher exactly the lost, slightly overwhelmed orphan the watcher expected, while behind it the detective took the old man apart feature by feature and found, in the warmth, the one tell that confirmed everything. The relief is real, Harry thought, holding the old man's eyes for the correct, shy, grateful half-second before dropping them. He genuinely thought I might be dead. He genuinely missed me. That's the dangerous part, he's not a man who threw away something he didn't care about. He's a man who threw away something he loved, because his arithmetic told him to, and he's never once doubted the arithmetic. A man who doesn't care can be reasoned with. A man who loved you and abandoned you anyway, and sleeps fine, has a logic underneath the love that's harder than the love, and the logic is the real opponent. He filed Albus Dumbledore, at last, the whole of him, under the heading that would govern the year, believes he loves me. Believes that's a reason to trust him. It's the reason not to. Across the hall, the old man smiled at the boy, and the boy gave him the shy grateful glance the old man's whole heart was waiting for, and Albus Dumbledore felt the long patience of 11 years come gently to its reward, and was happy, and did not know that he had just been read down to the spine by the camouflage he had himself helped to make. The sallow professor came for him in the first potions lesson, as Harry had known he would, because a wound dressed as contempt cannot leave the thing that opened it alone. Snape swept into the dungeon classroom on a wave of cold, and he found Harry at once across the room the way an aching tooth finds the cold water, and he opened, before the lesson had properly begun, with a question designed to humiliate, a question pitched at a level no first year could answer, asked in the silky voice of a man who has been waiting 11 years to ask it of a particular face. "Mr. Wayne," he said, lingering on the false name as though it tasted of something. "Our newest celebrity, arrived from nowhere. Tell me. Where would you look, if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" It was a trap with no good exit. The boy was meant to flounder, and the floundering was meant to prove something the professor needed proved, which was that the son of the man he hated was, after all, ordinary, unworthy, nothing. Harry read the whole of it in a single second. The question hung in the air, the grief, the grudge, the test that wanted him to fail, and he did the thing the professor had not planned for, which was to refuse the frame entirely. "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry said, even, unbothered, because he had read the schoolbooks the way he read everything and forgotten none of it. "Though if you actually needed one in a hurry you'd keep them in the third cabinet from the door, second shelf, where you do, I can see the jar from here. But I don't think you're asking me where to find a bezoar." He held the man's black eyes, and he lowered his voice, not in insolence but in something closer to mercy, so that what came next stayed between them and did not become a performance for the watching room. "I think you're asking whether I'm him. The man you're seeing when you look at me. I have his face. I know I have his face, I've seen the photograph. And I have her eyes, you keep checking the eyes. So. I'll answer the question you're actually asking, sir, and then we can do the lesson. I'm not him. I never met him. Whatever he did to you, I didn't do it, and whatever she was to you, I'm not that either. I'm just a boy with an unfortunate inheritance of someone else's features, and you're a man who's been carrying something for a very long time, and I'm sorry for it, genuinely, but I'm not going to be the place you set it down." The dungeon was utterly silent. Snape had gone white, then a mottled grey, and for one moment the contempt fell entirely off his face and the thing underneath was visible, raw and old and grieving, and Harry, who had been raised by a behavioral analyst's pupil, who could read a wound at 40 paces, looked at it and did not press the advantage, did not win, did not do any of the things a clever cruel boy might have done with the opening, because the line went with him and the line was not only against killing. "Detention," Snape said at last, hoarse, because it was the only move left to a man whose other moves had been taken from him by a child's accuracy. "For impertinence." "Yes, sir," Harry said, without resentment, accepting it, because he understood it was not really a punishment but a retreat, the only dignity the man had left, and he let him keep it. And he did the detention, that week, in silence, and he did it well, and he never once mentioned the eyes or the face or the grief again, and slowly, over the term, the sallow professor's hatred did not vanish, grief that old does not vanish, but it changed, became something warier and more confused, the hatred of a man who had aimed a lifetime of grievance at a target and found, on arrival, not the enemy he'd rehearsed but a courteous boy who had looked straight at the wound and declined to use it. It unsettled Snape more than any defiance could have. Harry had counted on that too. The castle gave up its secrets to him the way buildings always did, which is to say faithfully, because buildings cannot lie and only people can. He mapped it in the first fortnight, not with the moving staircases' permission but in spite of them. A boy who had learned the manner by testing every board learned Hogwarts by testing every corridor, and where the wizarding children accepted that the stairs simply moved, Harry charted the schedule of their moving until the chaos resolved into a pattern, because a thing that has a pattern is not chaos but a lock, and he had spent a summer with a retired cat burglar who wept when she left. He found the passages the map of the school did not show. He found which portraits gossiped and which kept counsel, and turned the gossips into an intelligence network without one of them noticing they'd been recruited. He found the kitchens, and the house elves in them, and treated the house elves with a courtesy that astonished them and earned him, within a month, a flow of information about the comings and goings of the entire staff that the staff would have been appalled to learn was for sale at the price of simple respect. And he found the third-floor corridor, the one the headmaster had forbidden on the first night before the whole assembled school, and he understood the forbidding for what it was before he ever opened the door. He told 700 children not to go to the third floor, Harry said. He was in the library, low-voiced, with Hermione, who had indeed come back for more of the truth, and Ron, who had come back because the truth turned out to be interesting and Harry turned out to be loyal. On the first night. In front of everyone. Anyone who does not wish to die a most painful death. Think about what that is. That's not a warning. A warning is a locked door and a sign. That's an advertisement. He took the single most reliable way to make 700 children curious about a corridor, and he used it, deliberately, a man who does nothing by accident. He turned a page he was not reading. You don't hide a thing by telling everyone it's deadly and where it is. You hide a thing that way only if you want a very particular person to come looking, someone the warning won't stop, someone it'll draw. The corridor isn't a vault. It's a trap, and it's baited, and the bait is the warning, and I'd very much like to know who he expects to take it. Maybe he's protecting whatever's in there, Hermione said, reasonable, rule-trusting, and Harry valued her for the reasonableness even as he watched past it. He's protecting it the way a man protects bait, Harry said. Which means whatever's down there is real, and valuable, and he's using it to fish. The question isn't what's in the corridor. The question is what's swimming toward it that he wants to catch. And he thought, but did not say, of a stammering professor who smelled of the freight and carried 2 signatures in one body, and of an old man who built traps out of warnings, and of a year that was beginning to assemble itself, on the great glass board in his mind, into a single case. The troll came at Halloween, and it was the night the school learned that the lost orphan in Gryffindor was not what the costume advertised, though only 3 people understood what they had seen and one of them was the troll. It came in through the dungeons during the feast, too conveniently, Harry noted even as the panic broke around him. A mountain troll does not wander into a castle past every ward on the one night the whole school is penned in one hall unless a door was held for it, and the professor who'd raised the alarm and then vanished was the stammering one who smelled of the freight, and Harry assembled the diversion's purpose in real time. The troll is noise. The troll is to empty the third floor of. Attention, somewhere in this castle a trap is being sprung while 700 people run the wrong way. He filed it to act on later. The part to act on now was that Hermione was not in the hall. She was in the girls' bathroom, where she had gone to cry over a cruelty of Ron's that Ron already regretted, and she did not know the troll was in the castle, and the troll was in the corridor outside her door. Harry reached it first because Harry had mapped the castle and the others had merely lived in it. He came around the corner at a flat sprint and took in the scene in the single open second his father had taught him to live inside. The troll, 12 feet of it, clubbed the size of a man, filling the corridor, Hermione, frozen against the sinks, too terrified to run, doing the one thing that would get her killed, which was nothing, the geometry of the room, the angles, the water on the floor, the heavy stone, the exits, the weight of the club and the reach of the arm and the half-second of recovery between the troll's swings when its guard was open and its skull was not. He did not reach for either wand. That was the thing Hermione would turn over for the rest of her life, the thing she could never quite explain to anyone who hadn't seen it, that the boy who walked into a troll did not, at first, do magic at all. He did something stranger and more frightening. He got calm. He moved into the room the way water moves into a cracked dam, finding the angles, and he made noise to pull the troll off the girl, and when the great club came down he was not where it came down, and when it came down again he was already inside its reach, where the club could not be brought to bear, a place no sane person would choose and the only safe place in the room, because he had been taught, on 1,000 mornings in a cave, that the most dangerous-looking position is often the only survivable one, and that fear chooses the open floor and discipline chooses the blind spot. Only then, with the troll's own bulk between it and the girl, with the angle his and the half-second his, did Harry use the wand, Hermione's spell, the one she'd done wrong on the train, done now exactly right because Harry had told her how on the first day and had practiced it himself in the way he practiced everything. He meant the thing the words were for, precisely, in detail, and the troll's club tore from its grip and rose and came down on the skull that had swung it, and 12 feet of mountain troll folded into the wet stone and did not get up. The silence after was enormous. Hermione stared at him from against the sinks, white, shaking, alive. "You didn't run," she managed. "Neither did you, in the end," Harry said, holding out a hand to bring her up off the wall, his voice level, the adrenaline burning off behind a calm he'd been built to keep. "You stopped freezing the second there was something to do. That's not nothing, Hermione. That's the whole thing, actually. Most people never learn it." He glanced at the fallen troll, already cataloguing, the dungeon door, the timing, the vanished professor, and then back at her, and softened it, because Alfred had taught him that the work is what the love does with its hands and that you let the people you save become people you know. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head. And then, because she was the cleverest witch of her age and had just watched something the books did not contain, she asked the question that would make her his first true friend in that world, "Harry, where did you learn to move like that?" "That wasn't magic. That was before the magic. Nobody our age knows how to do that." Harry looked at her for a moment, weighing the long game, and decided, as he had decided on the train, to give her one true thing she couldn't get anywhere else and watch whether she came back for the truth or for him. "Somewhere a long way from here," he said. "Somewhere that found me when I was small and taught me how to see." He pulled her gently toward the door, away from the troll, toward the sound of the teachers finally arriving too late, as teachers in this castle seemed always to arrive. "I'll tell you about it someday, if you keep being the sort of person who asks how instead of just being scared." "Deal?" "Deal," Hermione whispered, and meant it, and Harry filed her at last under the heading he had been hoping to find a name for since the train, worth knowing. Came back for the truth. He flew for the first time on a cold bright morning, and it was the one thing that year the wizarding world gave him that he had not expected to love. The lesson was meant for beginners, a yard full of nervous children and battered school brooms, and Harry had approached it as he approached everything, as a system to be understood, lift, control, the medium woven through the wood, the intention that steered it. He understood it in 90 seconds. And then, in the air, something happened that none of his systems had predicted. He stopped analyzing, and simply flew, and found that his body, trained on 1,000 mornings to move through space with total command, took to the sky the way it had taken to everything, as though it had been waiting its whole life for a dimension it had been denied. He went up. The school and the yard and the careful instructor fell away beneath him, and the cold air tore past, and for the length of a long climbing turn Harry Wayne was not a detective or a knight or a case to be closed, but an 11-year-old boy alone in a bright sky, doing a thing for no reason but that it was glorious. He came down laughing. He had not planned to laugh. It surprised him out of himself, the same bright fearless laugh he had laughed in the snow of Crime Alley as a baby and in the blue dark of the cave as a child, and the instructor, who had been about to scold him for going too high, looked at his face and decided against it. That night he wrote to his father about it, the real letter, in the cipher they used, the one the school's owls could not read, and he found he had filled 2 pages on the single subject of flight, more than he had written about Dumbledore or the Forbidden Corridor or any of the work. He read it back, and almost cut it, the discipline reaching for the delete the way it reached for everything excessive. Then he left it. Because Alfred had taught him that a man who only ever reports the work wakes one day to find he has saved 1,000 strangers and felt nothing, and because his father, 4,000 miles and a torn world away, deserved to know that the boy he had raised in a cave had found, at last, a sky, and had loved it, freely, for nothing, the way you are supposed to love the things that have no use at all. Bruce wrote back a single line, in the same cipher, and Harry kept it. Then fly, it said. Find the things that are only for joy and keep them where the work can't reach them. That's an order. Dad. Dumbledore made his first real overture a week after the troll, and Harry had been expecting it for so long that the waiting had become a kind of intelligence in itself. A man's timing tells you what he wants, and the headmaster had timed his approach for exactly the moment a normal frightened orphan would be most grateful to be noticed. He sent for Harry in the gentlest possible way, an invitation rather than a summons, sweets and firelight and a phoenix on a perch, every detail of the great circular office arranged to disarm, and Harry walked into it reading the arrangement the way he read everything, noting which objects were props and which were tools, marking the spindle-legged table where a row of small silver instruments were, one of which, he was nearly certain, had spun for the first time in 11 years on the night he muffled a finder in a warehouse half a world away. "Harry," said Albus Dumbledore, warm, grandfatherly, rising. "I hope you will forgive an old man his curiosity. I have wished to speak with you since the start of term, but I did not wish to crowd you. You have had a great deal to take in. A whole world, arrived all at once." The blue eyes searched his face with what Harry could see was genuine feeling, which made it worse. "I knew your parents. I should like, if you will let me, to be a friend to you here. You have been, I think, very much alone." And there it was, the move, laid down with real tenderness across the board, the offer of the grandfather, the appeal to the orphan's loneliness, the bid to become the trusted adult through whom all of the boy's understanding of this world would be filtered. It was beautifully done. It would have worked on the lost child Dumbledore believed he was addressing. Harry sat in the offered chair and felt the whole weight of how nearly it might have worked, in some other life, on some other boy who had been left on the doorstep after all, and the feeling he had to suppress was not gratitude but grief, for that other boy, the one who would have wept with relief at exactly this, the one Dumbledore had meant to make and had, by the grace of a torn world, failed to. "That's kind of you, sir," Harry said, and gave the old man the shy, grateful, careful warmth the costume required, and then, because he had promised his father he would let the man see that he knew, just enough, just once, he let one true thing show through the costume, the way you let a suspect glimpse a single card. "You knew my parents. You were there, weren't you? The night they died. You were the one who decided what happened to me after." The blue eyes did not change, but something behind them went very still, the way Snape's face had gone still, the way still men go when a child says the one thing they were not braced for. "I was there," Dumbledore said carefully. "I made arrangements for your protection, yes. Arrangements which, went awry, in a manner I have never fully understood, and for which I have carried a great deal of regret. You were lost to us, Harry. For 11 years. I searched. I never stopped searching. And the terrible thing, the thing Harry filed and would carry into the colder room that was coming, was that it was true, the regret was real, the searching was real, the love was real, and underneath all of it, untouched, was the arithmetic that had put a child on a doorstep and slept fine, the logic harder than the love. "I know you searched," Harry said gently, and let the card slide back into his hand, and gave the old man the grateful orphan once more, the costume settling back into place. "I'm glad to be found, sir." And he watched Albus Dumbledore relax, watched the relief return, watched the most powerful wizard of the age accept the performance because he wanted it so badly to be real, and Harry understood, walking out of that office past the spindle-legged table of whirring silver, that he had everything he needed now except the one thing he had come for, which was not evidence, for he had all the evidence, but answer. The why. He wanted to stand in front of the man with the case closed and the costume off and ask him, to his face, how a person who loved a child decides the child is disposable, and watch the logic try to defend itself out loud. He laid the whole case out on the floor of an empty classroom in the last week before the winter holidays, alone, the way Bruce laid cases out on the glass board in the cave, and when he stepped back from it the picture was complete enough to act on. The third-floor corridor held something the headmaster was using as bait. The stammering professor who smelled of the freight and carried 2 signatures was the fish. Harry had tracked him now for weeks, the limp that came and went, the muttering when he thought himself alone, the way the doubled resonance grew stronger near the forbidden door. There was a thing of great value hidden behind that door, and the professor wanted it, and the headmaster knew the professor wanted it, and had built the whole baited trap to let the professor reach for it under controlled conditions and be caught in the reaching. The troll had been a rehearsal, a probe, a door held open to test the castle's response. The real attempt would come later, in the dark, when the school was thin, and Harry, who had spent 11 years being taught that the people who arrange children's fates from a distance must always be watched, found that the case had a shape he recognized from his father's glass board, the shape of a man treating living people as pieces, the professor a piece and the hidden treasure a piece and, somewhere in the design, himself a piece too, because a trap baited for an enemy is also a test of the boy the headmaster had searched 11 years to find. He understood, standing in the empty classroom, that he could solve it. He could expose the professor, secure the treasure, spring or disarm the trap, any of it, all of it, the way he'd closed a jeweler's murder at a breakfast table. The detective's work was nearly done. But the detective's work had never been the mission. He had told his father, in the cave, on his birthday, the answers are on the other side of the letter, and the man who decided I was disposable is holding the door. He had come for the why. And the why was not in the corridor, or the professor, or the doubled signature, the why was in the old man with the silver beard who built traps out of warnings and loved the children he gambled and slept fine. Harry had the costume, and the access, and the whole assembled case. What he wanted now, before the year turned, before whatever waited behind the forbidden door came due, was the thing he had been raised never to take on faith and had never yet been given, the man's own account, out loud, of how the arithmetic worked. He went to the window of the empty classroom and looked out over the grounds, the lake frozen, the snow coming down the way it had come down over an alley 11 years and a torn world ago, soft and without apology, and he made the decision the way his father made decisions, completely, so that no part of him could vote to reverse it. He would go home for Christmas first. He had promised. He would sit in a warm kitchen with an old man in gloves that ran too hot, and he would brief his father across the cave's glass board on a world he had spent 4 months taking apart, and he would let himself be, for 2 weeks, simply a son. And then he would come back, and he would let the trap behind the forbidden door run its course, because there were lives in its path and the line went with him. And when it was over, when the fish had reached for the bait and the thing in the dark had shown its face and Harry had done the saving his code required, he would walk up the spiral stair to the circular office one last time, with the case closed and the costume off and 11 years of evidence in his hand, and he would ask Albus Dumbledore the only question he had ever truly come to that castle to ask. Outside, the snow kept falling. Somewhere across an ocean and a torn place in the world, a man was waiting up for a call from his son, and an old butler was warming milk and lowering his expectations of an ordinary evening, and a city that had found a boy in the snow held its breath in the dark, and waited for him to come home and tell it what he'd found. Harry turned from the window, and went to pack, and to go home, and to get ready for the colder room that was coming. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The man who abandoned him. The trap behind the forbidden door came due in June, on a night the castle thinned exactly as Harry had predicted it would, and he met it the way he had been built to meet everything, early, prepared, and on his own terms rather than the headmaster's. He had spent the spring watching the fish circle the bait. The stammering professor's 2 signatures had grown louder through the year, the doubled resonance Harry's instruments had read at the welcome feast resolving slowly into a horror he understood before he had a name for it, that there were truly 2 of them in the one body, the timid professor and a second thing wearing him from inside, a passenger that fed and grew and steered, and that the passenger was old and patient and had been reaching, all year, for whatever lay behind the 3rd floor door. Harry had not exposed it. He had let it run, because the headmaster's trap was also a net under innocent people and springing it early might drop them, and because the line went with him and the line was not only against killing but against the cheaper sin of solving a case at the cost of the people inside it. But he had prepared. He always prepared. When the castle thinned and the headmaster left it, summoned away on the convenient night, a summons Harry read at once as either the professor's doing or, worse, the headmaster's own, a man clearing the board for the move he wanted made. Harry was already moving, the slim black case at his side that held 2 wands and a photograph of a kitchen, down through the forbidden door and the chambered defenses beyond it, each one a riddle the staff had set and each one falling to him faster than its makers had imagined possible, because the staff had built puzzles to stop wizards and Harry had been raised to stop everything. He came last into a great dark chamber where a tall mirror stood, and before it, where Harry had known he would be, stood the stammering professor, who was not stammering now. "The Wayne boy," said Quirrell, turning, and his voice had lost its tremor entirely. It was smooth now, amused, and underneath it ran a second voice, a cold high whisper that Harry's instruments registered as the louder of the two signatures, and that some animal part of him, the part that dreamed of green light and a high cold laugh, recognized as the thing from the worst and only dream he could not solve. "Or should I say Potter? They have wondered all year which you were. I confess I have wondered too. You do not behave like either. You behave like something that was made somewhere else." "That's the most accurate thing anyone said to me since I got here," Harry said. He stood easy in the dark, hands open, reading the room the way he read every room, the mirror, the exits, the professor's stance, the place where the second signature pooled at the back of the turbaned skull. "You want the stone. It's in the mirror. You can see it and you can't reach it, because whoever set the last protection built the mirror to give the stone only to someone who wants to find it and not to use it, which rules you out, because you want to use it very badly, and the wanting is exactly what locks the door." He had read the protection off the mirror in the first 10 seconds, he read everything in the first 10 seconds, that was not the point. "I'm not here for the stone. I'm here because there were going to be people in the path of whatever you did tonight, and I draw a line through that. So, let's talk about what happens now." "What happens now," said the cold high voice, no longer bothering to use the professor's mouth alone, "is that you will look into the mirror, and you will tell me what you see." And the turban came away, and Harry looked at last on the thing he had tracked all year, a face in the back of a man's head, white and serpentine and terrible, the second signature given features, and the dream laugh in his memory and the voice in the chamber became one thing, and Harry understood the whole of the case at last, the way you understand the last clue and the first clue are the same clue, that the thing in the alley 11 years ago, the green light, the high cold laugh, the word. His mother screamed that he could never quite hear, it had been this. This had killed his parents. This had made his scar. This was the wand's brother and the dream's author and the reason a man with a silver beard had once decided a child was a piece worth gambling. He felt the old temptation rise, the one from the alley off the Bowery, the one from the catwalk in the warehouse, the certainty that he could end it, here, now, the medium-laced tools in the case at his side, the calm and the angle and the half-second all his. He felt how easy it would be, and how just, and how completely the thing in front of him had earned it. He drew the line. He had drawn it years ago, in a car, in the dark, so that he would not have to be strong in the worst moment of his life, only to have been strong once, beforehand. He stood on it now. "No," Harry said. "I'm not going to look in the mirror for you. And I'm not going to kill you, which I want you to understand is a choice and not a weakness, because I can see you've spent your whole existence mistaking mercy for the absence of strength, and that's the error that's going to cost you tonight." He shifted his weight, easy, ready. "Here's what's actually going to happen. You're going to try to take what you want by force, because force is the only language the thing riding you has ever learned. And I'm going to stop you without crossing my line. And the reason I'll win isn't that I'm stronger than you. It's that you've never once in your long life met someone who couldn't be tempted by the mirror, and I was raised by a man who taught me, before I could read, exactly what I'd see in it, and exactly why I must never reach for it." The thing in Quirrell's body screamed a word, and the chamber became violence. It came at him with the casual enormous power of something that had been a wizard's nightmare for 50 years, and Harry met it the way water meets a cracked dam, not with more force but with better angles. He had fought the cave's automated arms blindfolded, he had stood inside a troll's reach where the club could not fall, he had been taught by the world's greatest detective that the most dangerous-looking position is often the only survivable one, and he moved now through curses that would have ended a grown wizard, not because he was faster than magic but because he had spent 11 years learning to be where the strike was not. The killing light came and he was not there. The fire came and the medium-laced smoke he had built for exactly this scattered it, baffled it, turned the chamber to fog that confounded a creature that had always relied on seeing its prey. And in the fog he worked, the way he had worked a warehouse and a bathroom and a breakfast table, cold and complete. He did not quarrel, dueling was the wizard's game and the wizard's rules and a contest of raw power he might lose. He investigated him instead, in real time, mid-fight, and found the weakness the way he found the dry mat under every locked door. The thing in Quirrell's body could not bear Harry's touch. He learned it by accident and confirmed it by experiment in the space of 3 seconds, that where his bare skin met the possessed flesh, the creature burned, blistered, recoiled, some old protection in Harry's own body that he had never known he carried, a thing his mother had done in a kitchen full of afternoon light 11 years before, reaching back through a torn world to defend her son one last time. So Harry stopped evading and closed, into the blind spot, into the reach, where no sane person would go and the only safe place in the room always was, and he took hold of the thing that had killed his parents with his own 2 bare hands, and he held on, the way he had held on to the pointed ear of a cowl in the snow, the way he had held on to his father in the blue dark of the cave, the way he held on to everything he had decided to keep or to stop. Quirrell burned under his hands and shrieked, and the cold high voice shrieked with him, and the creature tore itself free of the body it had ridden all year and fled, a black and screaming nothing pouring out through the chamber's dark, defeated, unbodied, gone, and Harry let it go, because chasing it past the people he'd come to protect was not the line, and because a thing that flees unbodied is a thing he would meet again, prepared, on a night of his own choosing. He knelt by the ruined professor a moment, and found the man past saving, the passengers leaving having taken what was left, and he closed the staring eyes with a hand that did not shake and felt, under the discipline, the particular grief of a death he could not have prevented and had not caused and would carry anyway, because that too was the line, that you mourn even the ones who tried to kill you, because the day you stop is the day you've become the thing you fight. Then he stood, in the fog of his own making, alive, the stone unreached and safe behind the mirror that had refused them both, and he turned, because he had heard the chamber door, and he was not surprised by who came through it. He had stopped being surprised by the headmaster's timing months ago. Albus Dumbledore came into the chamber of the mirror, and stopped, and took in the fog and the fallen professor and the boy standing alive in the middle of it, and the warmth in his old face was real, and the relief was real, and Harry watched both of them arrive and understood that this was the moment, that the costume could come off now, that the colder room he had been preparing for all year had finally been entered. "Harry," said Dumbledore. "You are unhurt. Thank Merlin. I came as soon as I understood I had been drawn away. I feared I would be too late, I feared." He stopped. He had seen the boy's face, and the boy's face was not the face of a frightened orphan rescued. It was still, and level, and it was reading him, and Albus Dumbledore, who had spent a long life being the most perceptive man in every room he entered, felt for the first time in many years the deeply unfamiliar sensation of being the one who was seen. "Sit down, sir," Harry said. Quietly. "Not a request." He gestured to a fallen block of stone, and he took another for himself, and he set them across from each other in the fog, and there was in the arrangement the unmistakable shape of an interrogation, conducted by a child, of the most powerful wizard alive. "We're going to talk now. The real way. I've waited all year for it, and I've earned it, and I think you know I have." He let the costume fall away entirely, then, for the first time since the platform, let the old man see the whole of what had walked into his school wearing the lost orphan's face. "You don't have to perform the grandfather anymore. I've known since the welcome feast. I've known since before I got on the train. I'd like, for the next while, for both of us to stop pretending I'm the boy you think you abandoned." Dumbledore sat. Slowly. The blue eyes had changed, the warmth had not gone but something behind it had gone very still and very old and very attentive, and Harry saw the exact moment the headmaster stopped managing a child and started reckoning with a person. "You know," Dumbledore said. "I know everything," Harry said, without heat, with the cold completeness that was so much worse than heat. "Let me lay it out, and you correct me where I'm wrong, because I'd genuinely rather be wrong about some of it." He did not raise his voice. He never raised his voice. His father had taught him that the man who raises his voice has conceded the argument. "The night my parents died, you came to the cottage. You took me. You had a choice about where I went, and you made it, and the choice was a doorstep in Surrey, number 4, Privet Drive, the Dursleys, my mother's sister, who hated her. You sealed me in a basket with a letter explaining the arrangement, and you went to leave me there in the dark, at night, on a step, without knocking, without waiting to see if I was taken in, planning to walk away. Not to raise me. Not to keep me. To leave me. Like a parcel. Stop me when I get something wrong. The old man said nothing. In the fog, his silence was an answer. You didn't leave me there, Harry went on, because something went wrong with your own arrangements, a tear in the world, a misfire, the protections and the grief and the raw power of what happened that night collided and tore a hole, and I fell through it, 4,000 miles, into an alley in a city you've never heard of. And then you searched. I'll give you that, because it's true and because I promised someone I'd do this without lying even by leaving things out. You searched for 11 years, and you grieved, and you never stopped. The trace charm on your spindle table spun for the first time in 11 years on a particular night last summer, and the relief you felt was real. I'm not disputing that you felt it. I'm disputing what it means. He leaned forward, slightly, in the fog. Because here's the part one came all this way to ask you, sir, to your face, with the case closed and the pretending over. You loved me. The searching proves it, you don't search 11 years for a piece on a board. You loved my mother, I've seen how Snape looks at me and I've worked out most of why. You held a child you loved, that you'd known for an hour, the last living piece of two people you cared about, and you decided the right place for him was a doorstep at the home of people who hated his family, with no warm kitchen, no one who'd be glad of him, a childhood of being barely tolerated at best. And then you went home and you slept. So that's the question. That's the whole question. How does a man who loves a child decide the child is disposable, and sleep? Albus Dumbledore was quiet for a long time. The fog thinned around them. When he spoke at last, it was not with the warmth he had performed all year, nor with anger, but with the terrible weary honesty of a very old man who has been waiting longer than the boy to be asked this, by someone, anyone, at last. You wish me to defend it, he said. Very well. I shall not insult you by pretending it requires no defense. You have earned, as you say, the truth, and the truth is that I did exactly what you describe, with my eyes open, and that I would tell you I had no choice, and you of all the children I have ever taught, would see at once that this is a lie, because there is always a choice, and a man who says he had none is only a man who will not name the one he made. He folded his old hands. So I shall name it. There was a prophecy, Harry, made before you were born, concerning a child with the power to end the most dangerous wizard our world has known, the thing that fled this room tonight. He heard a part of it, and he chose you, and in choosing you he made the prophecy true, and he killed your parents trying to kill you, and he failed, because your mother's love left a protection on you old and deep enough to turn his curse. You felt it tonight, I think. The professor could not touch you. That is her, still. That is what she did. I felt it, Harry said. Go on. That protection, Dumbledore said, was the whole of my reasoning, and I will not pretend it was more than it was, nor less. Love of that kind, freely given in death, leaves a charm that lives in the blood. Your mother's blood. Her sister shared it. While you could call your mother's sister's house your home, that ancient protection would renew itself around you, and no follower of the thing that killed your parents, and there were many, Harry, free and vengeful and hunting the child who had destroyed their master, none of them could touch you there. Not the Dursleys' love. They had none to give and I knew it. The blood. Only the blood. I weighed a childhood of cold tolerance against a childhood of being hunted by people who would torture an infant to death to avenge their lord, and I chose the cold house, because the cold house was the one where you would live to grow up at all. The blue eyes met his, unflinching now. That is the arithmetic you came to ask about. A child's safety, set above a child's happiness. I have made that calculation many times in a long war, and I have been right more often than I have been wrong, and being right has never once made it feel like anything but what it was, which was the sacrifice of a thing I loved on the altar of a thing I judged more important. I did not sleep well, Harry. I have not slept well in a very long time. But I did sleep, yes, because a general who cannot sleep after a necessary and terrible order is a general who will soon make a worse one out of exhaustion, and I had a war to wake to in the morning. You wish to know how? That is how. Harry sat with it. He had come for exactly this, the logic out loud, defending itself, and now that he had it he turned it over the way he turned over every theory, attacking hardest the conclusion he most wanted to reach, because the most dangerous lie is the one you want to believe, and he wanted very badly to believe this man was simply a monster, and so he investigated the possibility that the man was not. That's a real argument, Harry said at last, and the fairness cost him something, and he paid it because his father had taught him that you indict precisely or you don't indict at all. It's not nothing. The protection was real, I felt it tonight, you're right about that. The danger was real. If those were the only two options, cold house or hunted child, then I can't tell you the cold house was the wrong call. I might have made it myself. He let that stand a moment, and watched the old man begin, very slightly, to hope. And then he closed the trap he had been building since the welcome feast, gently, completely, the way you close a case. But they weren't the only two options, Harry said. And that's the part the arithmetic hides. You did the math on safety versus happiness and you've defended the math beautifully, and the math is correct, and it's correct about a question you chose so that the answer would be the doorstep. Here's the question you didn't ask. You're Albus Dumbledore. The most powerful wizard alive. You could have made any place a home for me and warded it with that blood by bringing my aunt to me instead of abandoning me to her. You could have visited. You could have written. You could have made certain, you, personally, with all your power and all your love and all those years, that the boy in the cold house knew, even once a year, even in a single letter, that somewhere a person was glad he existed. You didn't do any of that. You left a baby on a step in the dark and you walked away and you let 11 years pass without one act of warmth, and you call it safety. But safety was the part that took 5 minutes of warding. The other 11 years of nothing, that wasn't safety, sir. That was a man who had decided that a child he loved was, in the end, a resource to be stored at the lowest possible cost until needed. You didn't hide me. You shelved me. And the proof is that the second your trace charm spun, the second I became useful again, the warmth came right back on, the letter, the grandfather, the sweets, the firelight. 11 years of nothing, and then, the instant the prophecy needed me, you couldn't have been kinder. That's not love rationing itself for my protection. That's love that switches on when I'm useful and off when I'm not, and there's a name for that, and it isn't love, and you're old enough and honest enough to know what it is. Albus Dumbledore did not answer at once, and when he did, his voice had lost the last of its performance, and what was left was very old and very tired and, for the first time, genuinely shaken. No, he said quietly. It is not love. You are right. It is something that learned to wear love's coat a very long time ago, in a young man who decided that the greater good required him to spend the people he cared for, and who told himself, each time, that the spending was for them. I have spent my whole life that way, Harry. I spent my sister. I spent my friends. I have spent armies of children, sending them to a war I directed from a tower, and I have called it necessity every time, and you have done, in the space of one conversation, the thing that no one has dared do in a century. You have made me say out loud the difference between protecting a child and storing one, and I find I cannot unsay it. The blue eyes were wet, and he did not hide it. I told myself 11 years of silence was safety. You are correct that it was not. The warding was safety. The silence was convenience. It was easier to grieve a child I had shelved than to love a child I had to keep visiting in a house I had condemned him to. I chose the easier grief. I have only just now, sitting across from the man that child became, understood that this is what I did. So. You came to ask me how a man who loves a child can throw him away and sleep. The answer, it seems, is that he tells himself a true thing about safety in order to avoid a harder thing about love, and he is so good at the true thing that it takes 11 years and the child's own returning to show him the lie underneath it. He bowed his silver head. I am sorry, Harry. It is worth nothing, I know. But I have wronged a great many people in service of what I believed was necessary, and you are the first to make me see it clearly enough that the word means anything when I say it. I am sorry. And Harry, who had come for exactly this and had not known, until he had it, how little it would heal and how much it would still matter, sat across from the broken old man in the thinning fog and felt the thing his father had warned him about, the pull to let the indictment become rage, or to let the apology become forgiveness, and the discipline to do neither, to keep it on the record, where he could see it, instead of letting it go underground and drive. It's not worth nothing, Harry said at last, and his voice was level and it was honest and it was not warm, not yet, maybe not for years. It's worth that you finally see it. That's not the same as forgiveness, and I want you to understand that it isn't, because I was raised by someone who taught me that forgiveness you hand over to stop your own discomfort is just another way of lying. I don't forgive you. I might, someday. I keep an open file on most things, but not tonight, and not because you said sorry. What it's worth is this: you've spent your life deciding the fates of children from a tower, telling yourself it's necessary, and you're going to keep being in a position to do it, to other children, after I'm gone from this castle. So the thing that's worth something isn't your apology to me. It's whether the next time you're about to shelve a child for the greater good, you remember this room, and you ask the question you didn't ask about me, not, is it safe, but, is it warm, not, will they live, but, will they know somebody's glad they did. He stood. That's the price. Not forgiveness. Change. And I'll be watching whether you pay it, because I watch the people who decide children's fates from a distance. I was raised to. It turns out I was raised to watch you specifically, and I think we both know that's not an accident either. The chamber door opened a second time, and this time Albus Dumbledore was the one who was surprised, because the man who came through it should not have been able to find this room, or this castle, or this world. He was not in the cowl. He had come as himself, in a plain dark coat, and he crossed the chamber with the unhurried economy of a man who had already mapped every exit on his way in, and he did not look at the headmaster at all. He looked at the boy, and the boy looked at him, and across the chamber a question and an answer passed between them that had been settled years before in the blue dark of a cave. You came, Harry said. You went into a trap baited for the thing that killed your parents, Bruce said. I made a law when you were 7. There's no doorstep anywhere I won't come and take you off of. I told you to test it if you ever doubted it. His eyes moved over his son, once, the field assessment, cataloging for injury and finding none. You didn't doubt it. You just didn't call. We're going to talk about that. But not here. Only then did he turn, at last, to the old man on the fallen stone, and the temperature of the room changed, because two men who had each spent a lifetime deciding they would protect a child were finally looking at each other, and they had reached opposite conclusions about what protection meant, and both of them knew it on sight. You are the one who raised him, Dumbledore said. It was not a question. He had spent the conversation assembling the boy backward into the man who must have made him, and here the man was, and the old wizard looked at Bruce Wayne the way Harry had taught him to look at everything tonight, clearly, without the costume, and saw the whole of it. You found him. In the alley. 11 years ago. The tear in the world delivered him to you. It delivered him to a city that doesn't leave children in the snow, Bruce said. I did the rest. He did not raise his voice. He never raised his voice. I'm not going to lecture you, Dumbledore. My son already did, and he did it better than I could, because he did it without wanting to hurt you, and I'm not sure I'd have managed that. So I'll just tell you the one thing he's too kind to say plainly. He stood very still in the center of the chamber, and when he spoke it was with the cold and total certainty that had made an entire city afraid of the dark. You had the exact same problem I had. A child with a target on him, in a world full of people who'd kill him to get at something larger. Same problem. You're more powerful than me by every measure that world counts. And you solved it by shelving him at the lowest possible cost, and I solved it by deciding he was the most important thing I would ever protect and building my entire life around keeping him safe and loved at once. Same problem. Opposite answer. And the difference between your answer and mine is the difference between the man who stores a child and the man who raises one, and you are looking at the result of both answers standing in front of you right now, and you can see for yourself which one of us was right. Yes, Albus Dumbledore said simply. I can see which of us was right. He looked at the boy, and at the man who had raised him, and there was no defense left in him, and he did not try to mount one. He is everything I hoped the child might become, and nothing I would have made him, and I understand, looking at the two of you, that those facts are the same fact. I gave him a prophecy and a scar and a doorstep. You gave him a code and a discipline and a home. He came down into a trap tonight that should have killed a grown wizard, and he disarmed the darkest creature of our age without crossing whatever line it is that you have built into him, and then he sat across from me and took my life's reasoning apart without once becoming cruel. I have taught for over a century. I have never produced his equal, and I did not produce him at all. You did. The old man rose, slowly, to his full great height, and inclined his silver head to Bruce Wayne, and it was the bow of one man who decides children's fates to another, and an acknowledgement of who had decided better. Thank you. For doing the thing I told myself was impossible. For raising the boy I threw away. I didn't do it for your thanks, Bruce said. I did it because he was cold and I had a warm house. That's the whole of it. It was never complicated. You made it complicated so you wouldn't have to do it. He turned from the headmaster, finished with him, and put his hand on the back of his son's neck, the oldest gesture of fathers, and drew him in. Come on. Alfred's been holding dinner across an ocean and he won't admit he's worried, which means he's frantic. We're going home. But Harry did not move yet. He turned, one last time, to the old man in the thinning fog, and he said the thing that would govern the years between them, the détente that was not forgiveness and not war. I'm going to finish school here, Harry said. All of it. Because the door my world's freight comes through is still open, and there are still bodies in the marketplace, and the thing that killed my parents fled this room tonight instead of dying, which means it's coming back, and when it does I intend to be the one standing in its way, not because of your prophecy, but because I draw a line through people who treat other people as things, and that creature is the worst of them, and so, sir, in your own quieter way, were you. I'll come back every September. I'll learn everything this world can teach me. And I'll be watching you the entire time, watching whether you pay the price I named, watching whether the next child gets warmth and not just safety. That's our arrangement. Not friends. Not enemies. I watch, and you change, and we see, over years, whether a man who shelved a child can learn to keep one. He stepped back, into the orbit of his father, where the answer to what does this person want from me had always been nothing. And one more thing. You spent 11 years searching for a weapon, or a symbol, or a debt. You can stop. The boy you were looking for isn't lost and he isn't yours to find. He went home a long time ago. You're just the case he came back to close. The wizarding world never learned what had happened in the Chamber of the Mirror, and that was by design, Harry's design, because a knight who guards a door does it best from the shadows and a legend is the opposite of a guard. The school was told a story, a near disaster averted, a brave first year who had stumbled into danger and been rescued, a dark creature thwarted by the headmaster's timely return. The story was mostly false and entirely useful, and Harry let it stand, because it kept the costume intact, the unremarkable boy named Wayne who had done nothing extraordinary and was therefore worth watching by no one. Hermione knew more, because Hermione had been told more, a careful and partial truth that she received the way she received everything, completely and in confidence, and Ron knew that something had happened that the official story did not cover, and chose, with the loyalty that was his whole worth, not to ask. Only one of the staff understood what the boy had truly done, and she found him on the last morning of term, in a corridor, alone. Professor McGonagall, the deputy headmistress, the one whose name Harry had filed at the very start, the one who taught with a rigor he respected and a fairness he had come to trust as the year wore on, stopped him with a look that held more than the official story allowed. "Mr. Wayne," she said. "I have taught in this castle for a very long time. I know the difference between a child who stumbles into danger and a child who walks into it on purpose, having already worked out what waits at the end. You are the second kind. I do not know who raised you, or where, or how a boy your age comes to move and think the way you do. The headmaster has his theories and keeps them close. I will not ask you for the truth, because I suspect you would give me only what served you, and I find I cannot blame you for it." Her stern face softened by a precise degree. "I will say only this. Whatever you are, whatever you came here to do, you saved lives this year that I am responsible for, and you did it without taking any, which I have lived long enough to know is the harder of the two and the rarer. So, thank you. And whoever raised you to be capable of both at once raised you well, and I should like, someday, to shake their hand." "You would like him," Harry said, after a moment, and it was the most truth he had given any adult in that castle, and he gave it to her because she had earned it. "He'd like you too. You're the only teacher here who graded me on what I did instead of who they think I am." He inclined his head, the small courtesy Alfred had drilled into him. "Have a good summer, Professor. I'll be back in September. There's more work to do here than 1 year could finish." He left her standing in the corridor, looking after him, an old and clever woman who had glimpsed, for just a moment, the shape of the thing that had walked into her school wearing a boy's name, and who decided, on the strength of that glimpse, to watch the Wayne boy rather more closely in the years to come, and to reserve her judgment, and to hope. They left the old man alone in the chamber of the mirror, with the stone still safe behind glass that would give it only to one who wanted it without using it, and the body of a professor who had been ridden to his death, and the long silence of a century of decisions finally answered by a child he had thrown away and a man who had picked the child up. On the dark walk up out of the castle's depths, through the chambered defenses that had fallen to the boy on the way down, Bruce said nothing for a long time, and Harry let him, because some things have to be approached sideways, in the dark, the way the truest things had always been said between them. "You should have called," Bruce said at last. The field voice. "The operational truth," said first because it was true and because love that won't say the hard thing first is flattery. "Before you went down. You had every tool to. You chose to face the thing that killed your parents without telling me, and that was the one part of tonight you got wrong, and I need you to know that I know exactly why you did it, and that the why doesn't make it right." "I know," Harry said. "I didn't call because I was afraid that if you knew it was the thing from the dream, the green light, the laugh, you'd come and take it instead of me. And I needed it to be me. I needed to stand in front of the thing that made me an orphan and find out whether the line held when it was the one death in the world I'd most be forgiven for. I needed to know I wouldn't cross it even then." He looked up at his father in the dark. "It held. I had it in my hands, Dad. Bare hands. I could have ended it. And the line held." Bruce stopped walking. In the dark of the stair he looked at his son for a long moment, and then he did the thing he did perhaps twice a year and never lightly, he pulled the boy into him and held on, hard, the way he had held a basket in the snow 11 years before, the way he had held a shaking 7-year-old in the blue light of the cave. "It held because you held it," he said into the wild black hair. "Not because it's easy and not because the thing didn't deserve it. It held because you decided, years ago, who you were going to be, and then tonight, in the worst moment of your life, you just were him. That's everything, Harry. That's the whole of what I have ever wanted for you. Not that you'd be safe. Dumbledore wanted you safe. I wanted you to be someone who, when he finally stood in front of the thing that took everything from him, would choose the man who saves over the man who decides who lives, and would choose it without even having to think, because the choosing was already done." He let go, and held the boy at arm's length, and looked at him in the dark, and his eyes were not entirely dry, and he did not pretend they were. "You were afraid I'd take it from you. I want you to hear me. I will never take from you the thing that's yours to carry. I'll come for you off any doorstep in any world. But the line, standing on it, in the worst moment, alone, that was always going to be yours, and tonight you stood on it, and there is no doorstep and no prophecy and no headmaster in any world that can ever take that back from you now. It's done. It's in you. You're forged. They climbed the rest of the way in silence, the man and the boy, up out of the dark and into the cold June night where the lake lay still under the stars and a city across a torn world waited up for them both, and behind them an old man sat alone with the wreckage of his certainties, and somewhere in the unbodied dark a thing that had fled was already beginning, patiently, to plan its return. Harry Wayne looked up at the stars over a foreign castle and thought of the same stars over Gotham, and of the snow that had fallen the night he was found, and of 2 kitchens full of afternoon light, and of a line drawn in a car in the dark by a man who loved him, and held, and would always hold. "Let's go home," he said. And they did. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, the night of 2 World Summer came to Gotham the way it always did, hot and impatient and smelling of the harbor, and Harry came home into it the way he had left, through a door that the wizarding world had not chosen for him, on a jet that landed at a private field where an old man in a too warm pair of fingerless gloves waited on the tarmac and pretended he had not been counting the minutes. "Master Harry," Alfred said, and that was all, because some greetings are too large for more, and the old man embraced the boy he had helped raise from a basket and held him a beat longer than dignity strictly allowed, and Harry let him, because Alfred had taught him that the small repeated acts of care are the substance of love and that you let the people who love you do them. "The gloves still run hot on the left," Harry said into the old man's shoulder. "They do," Alfred agreed, "and they shall, until I die, and you are forbidden to fix them, as you well know." He held the boy out at arm's length and inspected him for the changes a year and a war had written, and found them, and approved. "You went away a clever child and you have come back something else. I shan't embarrass us both by naming it on a runway. Come home. There is a kitchen that has missed you, and a man downstairs who will not say he did, and a great deal of work, because while you were learning to disarm dark lords, this city did not stop being itself. It had not. That was the thing Harry settled back into within a day of being home, that the case he had been raised inside, the smuggling pipeline, the green glowing freight, the door between worlds, had gone on flowing the entire year he was away, and that the 2 halves of his life were not 2 cases after all but one, exactly as his father had said over a basket in the snow 11 years before. The freight that bled through the cracks into Gotham came from the world he now attended school in. The marketplace of bodies his father had watched for a decade was supplied by the same closed, unchallenged, fragile society he had spent a year taking apart from the inside. And somewhere on the Gotham end of that pipeline was a hand that profited from it, and Harry had come home with the one thing that hand had never had to fear before, someone who knew both ends of the wire. They built the case together that summer, the way they had built everything, across the great glass board in the cave, and for the first time Harry stood at the board not as a student being tested but as a partner who held half the map no one else alive could read. "Here's what changed," Harry said, laying it out the way Bruce had taught him, the conclusion attacked before it was trusted. "For 10 years you traced this pipeline forward to a buyer and it went cold behind a wall of gold, and backward to the docks and it went cold at the water. You couldn't cross the water because the water was the edge of the world. I can cross it now. I've been to the other side. And the other side has the same gap in the middle, over there, somebody sells the raw medium out of channels that shouldn't exist, to a broker nobody can name, and the trail goes cold at exactly the point where the cargo leaves their world and enters ours. 2 trails, both going cold at the same wall, from opposite sides." He set a single node at the center of the board, between the 2 cold trails. "Because it's one wall. One operation, standing in the door between the worlds, buying cheap from a society too proud to police its own rare materials and selling dear to a city too blind to know what it's buying. The reason neither of us could ever see the middle is that the middle is the only place that touches both, and until now there's never been a single person who could stand in both worlds at once and look at it from inside the door." "And now there is," Bruce said. "And now there's me," Harry agreed. It took the summer to close the distance, and it closed the way real cases close, not in a flash of revelation but in the slow patient accumulation of 100 small certainties, a manifest cross-referenced against a school supplier's ledger Harry had copied with a house elf's cheerful help, a name in nameless gold matched at last to a face, because Harry had spent a year learning which wizarding families dealt in things better left undealt, a shipping schedule on the Gotham docks laid against the phases of something on the other side that governed when the door between worlds ran thin enough to move cargo through. Node by node, the operation assembled itself on the glass board, and at the center of it, where the two cold trails finally met, a hand resolved into a person, and the person was exactly the kind of person Harry had been raised to find, respectable on both sides, trusted on both sides, profiting on both sides from a trade in a substance that drove men to bad dreams and worse deaths, protected by the fact that no one in either world had ever been able to see both of his faces at once. "He's good," Harry said, studying the closed case on the board, the man at its center. "Genuinely good at this. He's spent decades counting on the one thing that's always been true and just stopped being true, that the two worlds can't compare notes. He's never once had to plan for a person who reads the manifest in Gotham and the ledger at Hogwarts and knows they're the same crime." He looked at his father. "He doesn't know I exist. That's the whole advantage. The same advantage I had with Dumbledore, with the wizarding world, with all of it. They can't defend against the thing they can't imagine, and not one person in either world has imagined me." He almost smiled. "Let's go introduce him to the concept." He had gone out alone first, earlier that summer, before the case was closed, on the ordinary nights when Gotham was only Gotham and not a door between worlds, because his father had told him, the way he told him everything important, sideways, in the cave, that a knight who has only ever fought in the great battle is no knight at all, and that the work is mostly small, and that the small work is where you find out whether the code is real or only a speech. So Harry learned the small work. He stopped a mugging in the Bowery and put the mugger down without a mark and was gone before the woman he'd saved finished turning around, because his father had taught him that gratitude is a debt you place on the people you help and that the cleanest help leaves no debt at all. He talked a jumper off the Sprang Bridge at 4 in the morning, not with magic and not with a grapnel but by sitting down on the cold rail beside a stranger and being, for an hour, the one thing the stranger had needed all night, which was a person who would not leave. He found a child's lost dog, because a detective who is too important to find a lost dog has forgotten what the work is for, and he carried it back to a doorstep, a real one, a warm one, with a porch light on and someone waiting, and he thought, setting it down, of another doorstep in another country, dark and cold and meant for him, and of the door that had opened instead. "You're quiet tonight," Bruce said, when the boy came in near dawn. He was at the great computer, the cowl pushed back, and he had been tracking his son's patrol the whole time without once intervening, because trust is a thing you prove by watching and not acting. "I returned a kid's dog to a house with the porch light on," Harry said. He sat on the steel steps of the cave, the suit still on, the symbol not yet over its heart because he had not yet earned the name. Somebody was waiting up for it. The dog, I mean. A whole family, at 4 in the morning, waiting up for a dog. He turned his gauntlets over in his hands. 11 years ago somebody packed me in a basket to leave me on a step in the dark and walk away. And tonight a family in the Narrows sat up till 4 for a dog. I keep thinking about the gap between those two things. That's the gap, isn't it? That's the whole gap, between the world Dumbledore made for me and the world you did. Somebody waiting up, versus somebody walking away." Bruce was quiet a moment. Then he crossed the cave and sat down on the cold steel step beside his son, the way he had sat beside him in the car in the dark when the boy was 8, and he did not put an arm around him because they were not, mostly, an arm around the shoulders kind of family, they were a sit beside you on the cold step kind, which Harry had long ago decided was better. "We waited up for you," Bruce said. "Every night you've been out this summer. Alfred makes tea he won't drink and I track a screen I don't need to track, and neither of us says the word worried, and that's what waiting up looks like in this house. You've had someone waiting up for you since the night you fell out of the sky, Harry. You just spent 11 years too safe to notice it, which is exactly how it's supposed to feel." He stood, and looked down at his son in the blue light. "Go to bed. You did the small work and you did it right. The small work is the real test and you passed it months ago. Whatever you build next, the name, the symbol, the door you decide to guard, it'll hold, because the foundation's the dog at 4 in the morning, not the Dark Lord in the dungeon. Most heroes get that backward. You never have. The takedown came on a moonless night at a warehouse on the same Narrows waterfront where Harry had first stood on the line, and it was the night Gotham met, without knowing it, the strangest protector the city had ever produced. He had a suit now. He had built it himself over the summer, in the bright room, the way he built everything, not a copy of his father's, because a copy is a tribute and Harry had not been raised to be a tribute, but his own thing, dark and exact and unromantic, armored where armor mattered and silent where silence did, and woven through, warp and weft, with the green medium that the wizarding world hoarded and had never once thought to wear. It was a suit that did what no garment in either world could do, because it was the first thing ever made by someone who knew both. It turned a blade and it turned a curse, it carried his tools and it answered his intention, and over the heart of it, where his father wore a bat, Harry wore nothing at all, no symbol, no sigil, because he had not yet decided what he was, and a man does not wear a name he has not earned. The operation was moving its largest shipment of the year that night, the door between worlds run thin by whatever governs such things, and the man at the center of the case had come in person, because greed of his particular vintage cannot bear to trust the largest payday to underlings. There were 24 armed men on the warehouse floor, Gotham muscle who did not know what they guarded, and there were 3 figures in robes who did, wizarding enforcers the broker had brought through the door to handle the cargo and, if it came to it, the kind of trouble Gotham guns could not. The broker had planned, as he always planned, for every threat either world could produce. He had not planned for both at once. Harry took the wizards first, because the wizards were the variable the Gotham men could not cover, and he took them the way he took everything, by being where the threat was not. They were watching for a wand, he came out of the dark above them on a medium-threaded line that would not fray, silent, and the first of them was down before he understood the ceiling was a direction enemies came from. The second got a curse off, fast, lethal, and met the engineered smoke that baffled intention, and his killing light scattered into fog and Harry came through the fog inside his reach where no wand could be brought to bear, and put him down without crossing the line, exactly as he had put down a troll, exactly as he had been built to. The third was the dangerous one, the patient one, and she did the thing the others hadn't and turned to fight a war on 2 fronts, magic and motion at once, and for 10 seconds the warehouse held the only duel of its kind that either world had ever seen, a witch trained in a tradition centuries deep against a boy trained in a discipline only 11 years old but forged in a cave by the world's greatest detective, and the boy won, because the witch had spent her life learning spells and the boy had spent his learning principles, and the names are doors but the principles are the house. Then it was the Gotham men, and that was almost easy, because Harry had been fighting the cave's automated arms in the dark since he was small enough to need a step stool to reach them, and 24 frightened men with guns in a confined space were, to a boy raised on 4 o'clock mornings, simply a problem with a known solution. He moved through them the way water moves through a cracked dam, finding the seams, and he counted as he went, the way his father counted, because counting kept the speed cold and clean, and not one of them landed a shot that mattered and not one of them died, because the line went with him, into this world and the other, and it did not bend. The broker ran, of course. The hand at the center of every such case always ran, and Harry let him, the way his father had once let a clipboard man run into the snow, because he had learned that you do not chase the runner when the runner is running exactly where you have already arranged for him to go. He had sealed the warehouse before the first wizard fell. Every exit but one, and the one he had left open led not to the water and a waiting boat but to a back office with a single door and no other way out, and the broker, who knew the building, fled into the trap of his own familiarity, slammed the door, and turned to find the dark already there ahead of him, because Harry had been in the office for an hour before any of them arrived, waiting, the way his father waited. The way stillness is a skill that costs nothing once it is ground into the bone. "You're not real," the broker said. He was breathing hard. He had a wand in one hand and a Gotham pistol in the other, a man who had armed himself for both worlds and was about to learn it had never been enough. There's no one who, both sides are sealed, nobody works both sides, the whole point is nobody can, nobody could, Harry agreed, from the dark. That was true your whole life. It stopped being true about a year ago, and you didn't notice, because the thing about standing in a doorway and robbing both rooms is that it only works as long as nobody's standing in the doorway with you. He stepped into the thin light, and the broker saw him for the first time, the dark exact suit with no symbol on its heart, and could not place him in either world's catalogue of fears because he belonged to neither. I've read your ledger at a school across an ocean and your manifest at a dock half a mile from here, and they're the same crime, and I'm the only person alive who can prove it, and I've already sent the proof to the people in both worlds who can act on it. That's done. It was done before you got here. This part isn't about stopping you, you're already stopped. This part is just so you understand who did it, because men like you spend your whole lives certain you can't be seen, and I think you should know, before they take you, that you were seen the entire time by someone you couldn't imagine. The broker did the thing such men always do at the end, which is to stop believing in consequences and reach for the simplest tool, and he raised the pistol, and Harry, who had stood on the catwalk at 11 with his father's life in the balance and chosen the rifle barrel over the man behind it, moved, and the pistol left the broker's hand and the wand left the other, and the man who had supplied a marketplace of bodies for 30 years found himself disarmed, unhurt, and held, by a boy who could have ended him and chose, as he always chose, the harder and better thing. You could have killed me, the broker said, on the floor, staring up, uncomprehending. Both of those, either of those, you could have. Why didn't you? Because the line isn't to protect you, Harry said. Some of the people I stopped don't deserve to live, and you might be one of them, and it doesn't matter, because the line was never about you. It's the last thing standing between the man who saves people and the man who just decides who lives. I keep it for me, not for you. You just happen to benefit. He stepped back as the warehouse doors finally gave to the GCPD his father's anonymous tip had summoned, and to a quieter set of arrivals on the other side of the door between worlds who would take the wizarding half of the operation into a justice the broker had counted on never having to meet. Good night. Sleep on the thing you finally learned tonight, because you'll have years to think about it. There's always someone who can see you. You just had the bad luck to meet the first one who could see both. The letter from Dumbledore came in August, by an owl that the manor's defenses had been quietly instructed, that summer, to let through. Harry read it in the kitchen, in the afternoon light, and it was not the letter the headmaster would have written a year before. There was no warmth performed and no grandfather offered. The old man had heard the lesson in the chamber of the mirror and had, to his credit, stopped pretending. It was a plain accounting, written by a man trying to pay a price he had been named. It told Harry, without softening, what had been done with the wizarding half of the smuggling operation, and which families had fallen with it, and which corners of the ministry had been quietly cleaned because a child had sent proof no one in that world had been positioned to gather. It told him the stone had been destroyed, by its maker's own choice, because a thing that tempts every hand that nears it is a thing the world is safer without, and Harry recognized, in the decision, the first small evidence that the old man might actually be trying to change. And it ended not with a request, which Harry would have distrusted, but with a single line that he read 3 times and then folded carefully away with the photograph of the kitchen, because it was, he judged, sincere, and sincerity from that man was rare enough to keep. I asked the wrong question for 11 years, the old man had written. You taught me the right one. I am told there is a child this autumn, an orphan, whose safety will require an arrangement not unlike the one I once made for you. I find I cannot make it the way I made yours. I am going to make it warm this time, whatever it costs, because a boy I wronged stood in front of me and asked whether the child would know that someone was glad he lived, and I have discovered that I would rather pay any price than answer that question as I once answered it. You will be watching, you said. I hope you will. I have spent too long unwatched. He's trying, Harry said, and slid the letter across the kitchen table to his father, who read it once, the way he read everything, and set it down. He's trying, Bruce agreed. It's not forgiveness and it's not trust. But people who decide children's fates from towers don't change because you defeat them. They change because someone they can't dismiss stands in front of them and makes them say the lie out loud. You did that. Whether it holds is on him. He looked at his son across the table where the boy had once closed a jeweler's murder over orange juice. You keep the open file. You watch. That's the right answer. It's the answer I'd have given, and you got there younger and kinder than I did, which is the entire point of having a son instead of an heir. His friends came to Gotham in August, which was a thing Harry had not known he wanted until he arranged it, and which taught him that the two halves of his life could touch without shattering. He told them only part of it, of course, a guarded part, the cover intact, a wealthy ward and an adoptive father and a tall house on a hill. Hermione, who had spent a year unable to leave the mystery of him alone, walked into Wayne Manor and saw at once that the house held more than it showed, and looked at Harry with the particular expression of a clever person filing away a question for later, and chose, for friendship's sake, to file it rather than ask it. Ron, who had grown up with too little and too many siblings, walked into the same house and was for one stunned moment lost in the scale of it, and then forgot it entirely the second Harry suggested a flying game in the grounds, because Ron's gift had always been to value the person over the things around them, and it was exactly why Harry kept him. Alfred fed them, which was Alfred's way of loving people he had decided to approve of, and he approved of them, Harry could tell, by the second helpings. Bruce met them once, briefly, in the daylight role, the distracted philanthropist, and read both children to the spine in 90 seconds and said nothing, and told Harry that night in the cave that the girl was the most dangerous person his son had brought into the house and that he meant it as the highest compliment, because a mind like that aimed wrong was a catastrophe and aimed right was an army, and that Harry should make very sure, over the years, that it stayed aimed right. She'd never, Harry said. People you love do things you'd swear they'd never, Bruce said. That's not a reason to love them less. It's a reason to be the friend who's still there on the day they do. You'll be that. I raised you to be that. He almost smiled. 2 worlds, and you've already started building a bridge across it out of an English girl who reads too much and a boy in second-hand robes. That's the actual work, Harry. Not the warehouse. This. The people you carry back and forth across the door. Guard them better than you guard the cargo. On their last night, the 3 of them sat out on the manor's roof under the Gotham stars, and Hermione named the constellations the Wizarding Way and Ron named them the way his father had taught him and Harry named them by the navigational figures Bruce had drilled into him, and they argued cheerfully about which names were real, and the answer, Harry thought, looking at his 2 friends against the city's glow, was that all of them were real, that a thing could have 3 names across 2 worlds and be the same bright fixed point regardless, the way a boy could be Potter and Wayne and the knight of 2 worlds and still, underneath all of it, be only and exactly himself, the one the cave found, the one the snow delivered, the one who had finally, in a castle across a torn world, found people of his own to carry home. On the last night before the new term, Harry went down into the cave, and his father came with him, and they stood together at the workbench in the bright room where so much of what the boy had become had been made. The suit hung on its frame between them, dark and exact, the green medium threaded invisibly through it, the place over its heart still bare. On the bench lay the 2 wands, the holly and phoenix that had chosen him in a shop full of singing dust, and the matte black rod they had built together, the wrench of a wand made by people who had never been told a wand was supposed to be sacred. Beside them lay the photograph of a kitchen full of afternoon light, and the original letter, the one from the basket, which Harry had taken at last from the evidence rack because a case that is closed does not need to be kept behind glass. You've earned a name, Bruce said. You've put it off all summer, and that was right, a man shouldn't wear a name he hasn't earned, and now you have. The city started talking. There were 24 men in that warehouse and not one of them can describe you, which is exactly as it should be, but they all agree on one thing, which is that whatever came through the ceiling wasn't from around here. They're not wrong. They're just incomplete. He nodded at the bare place over the suit's heart. So. You decide. Not me. It was always going to be yours. What are you, Harry? Harry looked at the suit, and the 2 wands, and the photograph, and the letter, and he thought about it the way he thought about everything, fast and complete, the branches laid out and walked. He thought about a snowy alley and a basket and a man who didn't leave children in the snow. He thought about a kitchen with candles that a bowl had once refused to fall in, and a kitchen across a torn world where his mother had laughed with his eyes. He thought about a green shard that had leaned toward him, and a wand that had chosen him, and a line drawn in a car in the dark that had held with the worst death in the world in his bare hands. He thought about two worlds that had each, in their way, decided a child could be stored, gambled, shelved, shipped, and a third thing, smaller than either, a house with a warm kitchen and an old man in gloves that ran too hot, that had decided instead simply to keep him. "I'm not Batman," Harry said. "That's yours, and it should stay yours. Gotham needs the thing it's afraid of, and that was never going to be me. And I'm not the boy who lived, or the chosen one, or whatever the other world wants to make me, because those are names other people earned for me by deciding my fate from a distance, and I don't wear names I didn't earn." He picked up the two wands, one in each hand, the old world's gift and the new thing they had built, and he held them up in the blue light. "I'm the thing that stands in the door between the two. The wizards think their world is the only one that matters and Gotham doesn't know the other one exists, and both of them have spent my whole life shipping children and bodies and bad dreams back and forth through a door that nobody guards. So that's what I'll be. The one who guards the door. The one who can see both rooms." He set the wands down, and he looked at the bare place over the suit's heart, and he made the decision the way his father made decisions, completely. A knight stands at a threshold and holds it. That's the whole job. I'll be that. The Knight of Two Worlds. Not because it's grand, because it's accurate, and you taught me to be accurate before you taught me to be anything. Bruce Wayne looked at his son for a long moment in the blue light of the cave that had raised them both, and the thing the cowl was built to hide was plain on his face, the cold private warmth he kept for the few things that had ever truly moved him. "The Knight of Two Worlds," he said, trying the shape of it, and finding it good. "Your mother chose Willow. Your father liked to be laughed at. I found you in the snow and Alfred taught you to wash a dish and I taught you to find the dry mat under the locked door." He put his hand on the back of his son's neck, the oldest gesture of fathers, and drew him in. "And out of all of it, the willow and the snow and the cave and the code, you made yourself into the one thing neither world had the imagination to fear. I have been Batman for 16 years and I have never been prouder of anything than I am, right now, of you." He let the boy go, and stepped back, and there was, at the very last, the ghost of something almost like a smile. "Now. Put the symbol on the suit. We've got a city to watch and a door to guard and a thing in the dark that fled instead of dying, which means it's coming back, and when it does, the Knight of Two Worlds is going to be standing in the threshold waiting for it. Let's get to work." There was a kitchen conversation, the night before he left for the new term, that mattered more to him than any rooftop. Alfred had made the things Harry liked, without being asked, the way he always did, and the three of them ate together at the long counter, the man, the boy, the old butler in his two warm gloves, and for a while no one spoke of doors or worlds or the thing in the dark, because Alfred had built the kitchen, years before, into the one room in the house where the work was not allowed to follow, and the rule held even now. "You'll have friends to go back to," Alfred said at last, not quite a question. He had heard the names over the summer, dropped now and then into the boys' reports the way a detective lets slip the one fact he cares about by trying not to. The clever girl. The loyal one with the unfortunate jumpers. You spoke of them more than you meant to. Hermione and Ron, Harry said. Yes. He turned his glass a quarter turn on the counter, the way he did when he was deciding how much truth to let out, and then, because this was the kitchen and the kitchen got the truth, he let out all of it. I went into that school planning to keep everyone at arm's length. Useful contacts, sources, pieces on a board. Investigate without attaching. And then a girl came back for the truth instead of for me, and a boy stayed when I gave him nothing to gain, and somewhere around the troll I stopped being able to file them as assets. He looked up. You told me once that Dad saved 1,000 strangers and learned the name of none of them, and that I shouldn't be like that. I think I wasn't, this year. I think that's because of you. I made friends I'd actually grieve. That's new. That's yours, Alfred. You did that, the same way you taught him to laugh. Alfred was quiet for a moment, and when he spoke his voice was not entirely steady, and he did not pretend it was. I have spent a great many years, he said, in service to men who save the world and cannot save themselves the trouble of letting anyone close enough to matter. Your father is the finest of them and the loneliest, and I had made my peace with watching him guard a city that will never know his name. He set down his fork. And then a boy fell out of the sky, and he taught the lonely man to laugh, and now the boy is going off to a castle full of children he would grieve, and an old man finds, at the end of his life, that the thing he most wanted to teach was learned after all, by someone, before it was too late. You will keep them, Master Harry. The girl and the loyal one and whoever else is worth the keeping. You will let them know you, even the parts that are dangerous to show. That is the whole of my last lesson, and I find you have already learned it, which means I may retire from instruction and confine myself to the cooking, where I am, in any case, irreplaceable. You're not allowed to retire, Harry said. Or to be replaceable. Or to fix the left glove. I'm keeping a file. I should expect nothing less, said Alfred Pennyworth, and for a moment the three of them sat in the warm kitchen in the afternoon light, the man and the boy and the old butler, in the one room where the work could not follow, and it was, Harry thought, looking at the two of them, the actual thing under everything, the dry mat beneath every locked door of his life, the place the answer to what do they want from me had always and only been nothing. 2 kitchens, he thought. He had been loved in 2 kitchens now, the one he could not remember and the one he could, and he was about to go and build, in a castle across a torn world, the beginnings of a third. That was the work, in the end. Not the rooftops. The kitchens. Alfred had been right the whole time. What Harry put over the heart of the suit was neither a bat nor a bolt of lightning, though it borrowed a little from both. It was a simple thing, a thin clean line drawn straight through a circle, a door seen edge on, a threshold, and the one who holds it, and when it caught the blue light of the cave it seemed, for a moment, to glow the faint green of the medium woven all through him, the substance of one world carried in the hands of a boy raised by another. He wore it out into Gotham that night, and the city did not know what to make of him, and that was correct, because the city had never met anything like him and neither had the world across the torn place in the night. There were reports, in the weeks that followed, that filtered up through the GCPD and across an ocean into the cautious gossip of a hidden world, of a figure who moved like Batman and was not Batman, who stopped a mugging on the Bowery without a single blow landed against him and was gone before the witnesses could agree on what they'd seen, of cargo that had flowed through Gotham Harbor for 30 years and abruptly stopped, of a marketplace of bodies, in 2 worlds at once, that had begun, for the first time in living memory, to bleed a little less. And across the ocean, in a circular office at the top of a stone tower, an old man with a silver beard kept a single line of a single letter where he could see it, and arranged, that autumn, a home for an orphan that was warm before it was safe, and felt, each time he passed the spindle-legged table where a silver instrument had once spun, the steady awareness of being watched by a boy he had wronged and could not dismiss, and found, to his own surprise, that he was grateful for it, the way a man long unwatched is grateful at last for the eyes that hold him to account. The thing that had fled the chamber of the mirror did not return that year. It was patient, it had always been patient, it gathered itself in the unbodied dark and laid its slow plans, and it did not yet know that the child it had failed to kill 11 years before had grown into the one enemy it had never been built to face, not a wizard who would meet it spell for spell on the ground of its own choosing, but a detective who would read its plans before it made them, a knight who would already be standing in the door when it came. That reckoning was years away. It would come. And when it came, the Knight of 2 Worlds would be ready, because he had been made ready, every day of his life, by a man who loved him and a man who taught him and an old butler who showed him that the work is only ever what the love does with its hands. But that was for later. On the night he first wore the symbol of the threshold over his heart, Harry Wayne, Harry Potter, the boy Gotham found, the one the cave raised and the bat forged and the snow delivered to the one alley in all the world where someone was waiting who would keep him, stood on a rooftop above a city he had decided to protect, in a suit woven through with the magic of a world he had decided to guard, with 2 wands at his side and a photograph of a kitchen close to his heart, and looked out over the lights of Gotham the way his father had looked out over them for 16 years. Below him, the city went on, sleepless and wounded, and his. Across a torn place in the night, another world went on too, proud and fragile and his to watch. And in the door between them, where no one had ever stood guard, a boy who had been thrown away by one world and gathered up by another took up the post that would be his for the rest of his life, and was not afraid, because he knew exactly who he was, and he had known it for a very long time, since a man in a cowl had knelt in the snow and decided that no one he could reach would ever be left in the dark again. The snow had stopped, that first night, 11 years before. Tonight the sky over Gotham was clear, and one cold star burned above the threshold of 2 worlds, and the knight who guarded that threshold settled the symbol more firmly over his heart and stepped off the roof into the dark, to begin.